I'm going to go ahead and welcome everybody. I'm going to call the August 6th special select board meeting to order. And has the meeting been properly warned, Peter?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for joining us. We don't have minutes to approve, so I'll go right to chair's remarks, mostly procedural, although I'll start off with just to acknowledge on Tuesday, we had a pretty disgusting intrusion into our public meeting. I wanted to point out to everybody that not only, of course, do I condemn that and everything that was seen and heard, I do want to point out to folks, because it wasn't obvious to me at first. I think everyone who was a select board member was on mobile, and on mobile Zoom, in order to see all the images, I had to do this swiping thing. So I actually had no idea there were so many images coming through. I thought it was mostly an audio interruption situation. So you might see, if you rewatch the meeting, me not reacting very quickly. And frankly, it was because I thought it was mostly audio, which were disturbing enough to me, absolutely. But I think I would have reacted a little quicker. Maybe we would have shut down the meeting, but as it was, our intruder left, either was forced to leave or on his own accord, and we were able to do the two pieces of business we wanted to do, which is good because we had also a hurricane, if you recall, and we didn't have much battery power, so we didn't have the ability to do too much. Just wanted to explain that because it couldn't have been obvious for people who had plenty of power and were watching on CCTV or on their laptops with good power at their house. I want to let everyone know that should this happen again tonight or anytime in the future, I'm going to shut down this meeting much more quickly unless we immediately regain control somehow. So you'll just have to check back in the normal channels using the normal notices procedures. We'll be rewarning the meeting probably the next day if that happens. Okay. The last thing I wanted to say is we'll be instituting, we did have quite a few new security protocols that we weren't able to implement for this meeting, unfortunately, because they came in a little bit too shy of being to arrange things so that everybody could still have access. So for the next meeting, I'm pretty hopeful that there'll be even less of a chance for any interruptions. Yeah, and I think that's all my chair's remarks that I'm going to say right now, mostly procedural. Thanks for your time. And I'm going to go to manager's comments.
Thank you. I do have comments this evening, and I want to acknowledge particularly to Amber Arnold, who asked the question, but also everyone who was in the meeting at the time that Amber asked me on July 21st why I wasn't speaking and participating in the discussion with the community about these issues. And I didn't answer that question at that time. So I want to apologize for the awkwardness that created, but also I explain just for a couple of minutes, sort of reinforce some things that I said later in the meeting when the select board asked me to comment on what was being discussed that evening. And my comments at that time focused on the legal structure of town government and the legal requirements that the state imposes upon us, as well as those that are imposed upon ourselves locally through the town charter and otherwise. So I want to spend just a little bit more time on that, hopefully to help people understand both what happened that night. I want to say that on behalf of myself and my silence, but also more broadly in preparation for the conversation that's going to continue here in a few minutes. So Patrick is going to put up on the screen an organizational chart of town government that I'm going to use for just a minute just to describe this. And there it is. So the important part, and I'll try to keep this as brief as I can, I'm not going to talk about the blue boxes, at least not much at all, but it just gives the broader perspective of the structure of our town government. The important part related to the discussions around community safety and the police department and the responsibilities of various parties or the green boxes. So the people of the town, the registered voters of the town, elect the select board, and the select board on behalf of the people provides the policy leadership in town government, makes policy decisions throughout the year that direct the actions of town government on behalf of the people of the community who have elected you. The select board in turn appoints the town manager, an individual who is responsible, then accountable to the select board collectively, to the 5 members of the board, for implementing the policies approved by the board and for the supervision of the administration of town government, the town staff, and the service delivery and the operations of town government. One of the things that is my responsibility in carrying out the authority and responsibility of being the town manager is to appoint and supervise the police chief. So the police chief then in turn is responsible for doing that, carrying out the operational authority within the police department. The importance of this as it relates to the discussion on both July 7th and July 21st, and will be true again this evening, is that unlike a lot of times when we're doing business in these select board meetings, town business related to matters that have been brought to the select board by town staff, where there's something operational going on that requires policy direction. And so I speak a lot in those moments, and other members of town staff speak a lot in those moments to make sure that the information is clear and that we're accountable for what we're doing and that we answer the questions that the select board or the public might have about those matters. This matter instead was brought to the select board by the people, and there has been a very robust, ongoing discussion between the select board as the policymakers elected by the people and the people of the community who have participated in these conversations. And so the top 2 boxes of this chart appropriately is where that conversation has been occurring for the select board to ultimately determine tonight or some other time how to proceed with this matter of reviewing the police department and reviewing community safety in accordance with an action that you did take, the select board did take, in response to operational matters of town government when you adopted the budget back on June 16th. So that night you committed to undertaking this process. This process is not yet fully defined. We're working through the communication with the actively engaged community members around how to proceed. And so I believe that tonight, as in the prior nights, it's likely that the people and the select board will be mostly interacting with one another. If the select board at some point during the evening feels that there's some assistance you need from me or from the town attorney, who's also appointed by the board, accountable to the board and on this meeting tonight, then town attorney Bob Fisher or I are certainly ready to assist. We won't be seeking the opportunity to leap into the conversation, just as I haven't been in the prior meetings, because of the nature of this particular matter. So I hope that that clarifies the situation for folks. And again, I apologize for the awkwardness of my not responding directly to the inquiry that evening on the 21st. I was trying to stay in my lane. So.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe, does anybody have any questions, comments on that chart? I see, Brandy, I see your hand is up, but I'm not sure if that's a mistake or not. Is that?
Well, it wasn't up about this chart. I just had some comments for when we get to that part of the meeting where people have comments. I was hoping I would fall in the stack appropriately, and I'm pretty sure I just barely did that, so.
Yep, I see Ricky has a hand up and
Cool.
Brandy has a hand up currently.
Okay.
So, and I'm still getting used to seeing these things. So.
My people who couldn't log in list seems to have dwindled off and people seem to be successful, so.
Good.
Yeah.
Terrific. So far, so good. Yes. So thank you, Peter. Did you want, I guess it's not a lot of time to sort of absorb it or discuss the chart, but were you looking for any comments? All right. Okay.
No, I didn't, consistent with the comments I just made, I didn't want to dominate the meeting or delay your moving on with the conversation. I wanted to provide the clarification that I think was actually responsive to the question that was asked that I didn't answer back on the 21st.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And I will take the opportunity, because I didn't really do this before, and I should have, just before I asked for other select board member comments, to point out that we are fairly new to Zoom. One great thing is that people have that ability, if you open up your, I guess it's called participants. So if you don't click on your participants, if you're on, it's all different if you're on mobile, but if you're on your laptop, if you click on participants, it'll open a window. And in that window is the ability to raise hand. There's an ability to do a yes, no. We're not going to be taking any polls or voting with the rest of the participants. But the raise hand feature is going to be wonderful for us, because it allows me and the rest of the board to have the people on the phone be able to raise their hand and enter the same stacking order as everyone else. If you recall, the GoToMeeting problem is that not only were we trying to rely on the chat section for people to orderly, stack up for comments, but I had to pause things once in a while and go to the phones, so to speak. And that was pretty awkward, because I didn't know if phone people wanted to talk, so I had to just kind of wait for 10 seconds. Pretty strange that GoToMeeting didn't figure out that this is a great feature that their competitors have. So anyway, I'm still getting used to it, and it looks like Ricky unraised the hand, put the hand down. I'm not sure how you say it. So later, when we go into public participation, and of course, for our one and only consideration of the police review process and community safety, we'll be hopefully using that stack actively. And yeah, so there's one last piece of business, and I'm not sure how to solve this. There's somebody named Lisa Newell, and it's LIS/A. If you could go on mute, for some reason we can't mute you, and I hear some noise coming from you. At least Zoom tells me it's a little bit of noise coming from you. So maybe there's a quirk in the system, and whoop, looks like it disappeared or gone on mute. Still getting used to it, but thank you if you were able to help us out doing that. Okay, now after all that uncomfortable ranting and getting used to Zoom, I think it's time to ask for fellow select board member comments. Brandy. We'll do the informal hand raising, unless
I know. That's probably not a habit that I've ever broken. I do it in my own house, I think, when I want to have my turn. So I had just a couple of things to say. One is a reminder to our community that if you want to see the select board meeting, but you're not sure, you're feeling like you're going to be weighing in, that BCT does stream it through Facebook. BCT is a great way to watch the meeting if you don't think you're going to participate, so you don't have to worry about the logging in. And I also just wanted to bring up a community concern about the chat. There are some people that are missing the chat because they felt like it was a way to connect with each other during the meeting. And while on one hand, that might be a lot of information for us when we're kind of watching the chat build, it's not that much different than if we were in the municipal center room and people went out in the hallway to kind of gather their thoughts before they came back in to speak. And so I can certainly empathize with the feeling that now that option is gone, and you either raise your hand and speak to the formal board, or you don't and don't get to necessarily voice anything. And I don't really know how to solve that, but it was brought to my attention, and I wanted to just kind of vocalize that is a loss of not having the chat feature, is that people who maybe don't attend these meetings regularly, that would have wanted to go in the hallway and gather some thoughts and come back in and speak, or have one spokesperson, have kind of lost that opportunity. If anybody has any ideas of how to do that creatively, I'd be willing to hear that, but otherwise I didn't really have any suggestions to offer. And that is it. And I'm going to mute my computer, not my Zoom, by doing this.
Oh, nifty. Thanks, Brandy. I've thought a lot about that issue, but I think I'll just hold off because we're just got a lot ahead of us. Anyone else like to make some opening comments? Ian?
Yeah, my election update. If you've got a ballot that you got in the mail, you're past the date where it's safe to mail it back. So you'll want to, if you're in Brattleboro and you live in Brattleboro, you'll want to walk to the municipal center, and in the municipal center parking lot in the back, there is a mailbox that says ballots here on it, on all the sides. It's checked many, many times a day. And that's the way that you can be certain that your vote gets counted, as long as you follow the instructions. You know, and this, I guess, is something without having the chat, Brandy. There are a lot of really great YouTube videos that will walk you through basically how to make sure that you did your ballot correctly for Vermont. So if you just type it in, you'll or I've seen it, yeah, on social media too. So and also, if you're going to vote in person, if you didn't order one, this is the last meeting before that. So it'll be at the Legion next Tuesday. I don't know the exact time it starts, and I should because I'm helping run it. But I know that the poll closes at 7. So early in the morning to 7. And Peter, if Peter wants to help me out, maybe. Is it 7? 7 to 7? Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's muted for the moment.
7 to 7. I got it from an unknown source. So okay, I'll stop embarrassing myself now.
Great, thank you, Ian. Liz or Daniel, preliminaries? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay. And so next is public participation. I do see that Ricky had their hand up, and then Sasha, but I'm not sure if Sasha wanted to speak to in public participation, but we're going to go down the line. Ricky, would you like to chime in? And this, once again, not to interrupt, sorry. This is for anything not directly related to the process for police review and community safety that we'll be speaking to just after this. Thank you. Ricky?
Can you hear me?
Yes, a little soft.
Is there any way to enable the chat that we used to have at the go-to meeting, the side chat?
Well, there is. It's functionally pretty hard to run the meeting from a, I'll just say from the chair's perspective. And this way, the raising hand feature is much more accessible to all people. In my opinion, I think it's pretty slam dunk because it's very accessible to phone callers as well as people on their computer, and in fact automatically does the order. I can see that Terry just raised a hand and Robin just raised a hand. So I really like it this way, but I'm not going to rule out discussing a change going forward.
Can we take a vote from the participants if they want the chat enabled?
Not at this time. This is the Brattleboro Selectboard, so the 5 of us could vote on it. If someone wanted to make a motion, that's certainly germane and in order, but not from a community or participant standpoint.
Motion?
I'm sorry?
Anyone make the motion to enable the chat for participants?
I couldn't quite hear that. Brandy?
I'd make a motion to enable the chat for participants.
Okay. Great.
Oh, I thought we said somebody should make a motion, so I did.
No, I didn't really expect to have to deal with it now, but
Well,
Okay.
but this is the meeting, like this is the one.
Yeah, but I'm the chair and I'm running the meeting. I'm trying to do it the best job I can. And if I say that the chat is difficult,
I can
I
be
would
voted
hope-
down.
okay. So do you want to make a motion?
I move that we enable to. the
Daniel, did you
chat-
want to say something? Sorry, because Daniel put his hand up.
Oh, okay. Thought I was making a motion.
Well, he raised his hand right before you
I can
did it,
wait.
so I'm,
Brandy, go ahead and make the motion, and then I will say something that pertains to said motion.
Okay, great. I move that we enable the chat function for this meeting.
for this meeting, I don't know if that's possible.
Okay, I move that we enable the chat functions for select board meetings.
When possible, or,
No, for this meeting.
okay.
Why is that not possible?
I don't know. It's just a question. I have no idea whether it's possible. And I'm really digging what we're doing with the stack and how that's designed. So, but that's fine. Brandy has made a motion to enable the chat if possible, because I don't know if it's possible for this meeting. Daniel?
I just want to say, when I've used Zoom and had both the participant window open and the chat, it's like it just kind of cuts it in half, so you can still see both, and it seems to work okay for me.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't understand why
But can we just, yep,
your motion's on the floor.
yeah,
Okay, but we
I
can
just-
speak to it, right?
you can. I just would
Okay.
never, personally, that's not how I ever would do it. I would just have to vote.
I understand. I would like to just speak to it and say
Okay.
that I don't think that there is an obligation for us to reproduce something that doesn't exist in a natural in-person meeting. In other words, we don't really have an obligation to make sure that people can communicate with each other via whispering or anything like that in a regular meeting.
But
So
they
I'm
do.
unclear why people, if they want to communicate with each other, they couldn't use another service like Google Hangout or whatever the kids use these days. I'm
Maybe they
trying to,
could, but I think at plenty of meetings where I was chair or Kate was chair, and unfortunately not you, but only because of the Rona, but that we sat in the room, all of us, including you, and listened to plenty of whispers and people disappearing in the hallway and coming back in. And we might not have loved that, but it took place. It was able to take place. Communication was able to take place.
okay. All right, anybody else want to speak to it? Ian?
Yeah, I think, Brandy, I appreciate the motion because I think it's worth talking about right now. So what I want to say is the issue with, I think where I see where you're coming from, Brandy, is the way the chat has been functioning in the go-to meetings is not emulating what you're saying is missing from when we're in the in-person meetings. So when people go out in the hallway, the whole board doesn't get a blow by blow of what they're talking about out there. Nor do we get a blow by blow when they're whispering to each other, even in the front row. I'm saying this out of having participated in select board meetings as a person who is not a member, because just like Tim hasn't chaired a meeting, I haven't actually participated in a meeting, which is really disappointing. But you know, we're trying their best. So I think it's important to talk about what does the chat function do for when we had it in the go-to meeting, and it was creating something that does not exist in the in-person meeting. You know, it really is. And so is that our responsibility to continue to have or not? I think it's an interesting question, but to say that the chat was creating something that existed in the in-person meetings, I don't think that that's true. It really is creating a new thing.
Okay.
So is it our responsibility to have that new function available, especially with the idea that when we go back to in-person meetings, which will eventually happen, that function won't exist anymore.
Yeah. Well, that's going to come with its whole accessibility challenges, I think.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Liz, before you go, I just wanted to ask if anybody is off mute and hears music.
I can't even see Liz.
I'm hearing music and I don't know who that might be, but
I hear children, very musical children.
oh, really? I just
They're
heard
not
music.
mine.
Okay. Liz, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to speak to the elephant in the room about the chat, because the chat was used to insult me. And I don't appreciate it. And if a meeting were held in person, then people would keep their insulting comments to me either to themselves or speak it publicly. But the chat was used as some sort of quasi-public private speech that I certainly didn't appreciate the disrespectful comments that were made to me. And if people want to say them in public, they're welcome to, but it should be part of the public record.
I do want to also just say that originally we decided to try to use the chat because we had no way to properly stack people. And if you recall, the first 6 or 7 meetings, at least, I asked people to please only use the chat for saying your name and that you'd like to speak to a particular motion, perhaps. But the chat got a little out of control, and that's okay because it was there. And there was no way I was going to try to police that, but I actually had to turn it off at times because it was just far too distracting. So, and there's this element that it feels unfair to me that a certain number of people who have access to the system, in this case it'll be Zoom, can have a chat that people who are watching on BCTV cannot see. That feels unequal to me as well. So that, with the combination of the new, more egalitarian, fair way to raise your hand, had me sold on not only Zoom, but forgoing the chat and letting people text themselves, talk on Google Hangout, whatever the kids do these days. So that's just a phrase. I'm not referring to anybody as kids, by the way. Anyway, so does anybody else have a comment? Ian?
Yeah, I'll just say, I think I just have one more thought on it is, I think as a board, we have a responsibility to maintain precedent, and the way that the board meetings have run all the way up until coronavirus has not had a chat function, and in the future will not have a chat function. And so I think that it is our responsibility to try to emulate a board meeting that is as close to what a person from Brattleboro were to come into a board meeting in person, what that experience would be like.
Okay. Brandy has a motion on the floor. If you're ready for that motion, I'll repeat it to the best of my ability. That was to turn on the chat function as soon as possible and today, if possible. All those in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your hand, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that is defeated 2, 4, and 3 against. And I've been told that Patrick has no idea how to enable the chat from within the meeting. So as it started, I guess. So anyway, thank you for that.
Well, he's off the hook.
Yeah, Patrick, you're off the hook for now. So where were we? We were in public participation, and Ricky had spoken. Sasha is next. Are you available?
Yeah.
Turn on your camera if you could. It'd be great to see people's faces.
I think that you should reconsider opening the chat in the future. I think the chat's appropriate. I think the precedent for these meetings is to have chat. So in the past, you've been in person, like, yeah, there's no chat in person, obviously. but people do talk amongst themselves. That's sort of the equivalent of the chat. And so since you've been doing digital meetings, you have set a precedent for allowing chat. So what you're doing now is actually the opposite of maintaining precedent. You are changing the precedent. You know, and chat is really more similar to in person because people talk in person. You don't have people sitting around in person texting each other or whatever the kids these days do or whatever you want to say. You know, people go there and they meet other people who care about the issues that the select board is talking about. And they don't necessarily have chats or text message exchanges with these other people from their community that they're meeting in this context. And so, you know, chat is really more similar to your in-person meetings than disabling chat here, wherever essentially you have a room of people watching you with duct tape over their mouths. They can't talk to each other, okay? And you don't have to listen to what they say if they're in the hallway or they're whispering amongst themselves. You can't hear them at the select board meeting. You don't have to look at the chat. You know what I'm saying? You can open the chat and let people use chat. And you, the select board members, you don't have to look at the chat. If you feel like you're being insulted in the chat, or if you don't like what people are saying in the chat, just don't look at the chat. You can still facilitate the meeting without the chat, which you are doing now.
Okay.
You can still use the hand raise feature. So chat is the precedent. And so what you're doing here is you've voted to change the precedent. Thank you.
Kurt Dimes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh,
Let me see if you can see me.
I think I saw you before. You popped in as you arrived.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm getting a message that I'm not allowed to turn on my video. I'm not that good looking, so there's no terrible loss.
We're still working out the kinks, but that's fine. Go right ahead on audio there, Kurt.
Okay. I'd like to bring to everyone's attention an aspect of what's happening in Portland and elsewhere around the country, where Mr. Trump is sending his stormtroopers in to suppress free speech and demonstrations. He's doing this under a provision under a protocol of the Homeland Security Act called the NIMS resolution, the NIMS system, NIMS. It stands for National Incident Management System. And it's a huge protocol of rules which are designed to quickly give control of local law enforcement and emergency services and many other things to the federal agencies when someone in federal system decides there's been a, quote, incident which warrants this transfer of authority. This is what allowed Mr. Trump to send his stormtroopers in where he otherwise doesn't have jurisdiction. Brattleboro signed or approved the NIMS resolution for Brattleboro in 2012. It was a very improper election of the select board. Nobody on present board was on the board then. The measure was not properly warned. It was only warned with just the initials. So the public sees this warning for a vote on NIMS. And that's very obscure. They were in effect not informed at all about this thing, which is a very important way of managing their own police department and emergency services. And at the debate, the first debate on June 5th, 2012, it was revealed that no one on the select board had read the legislation. Under some pressure, they delayed their vote to the next, to a second meeting a couple days later, just 2 days later, and they approved it. It was a gross violation of a democracy in Brattleboro. And I hope that people should understand that we should rescind that resolution not just because it's undemocratic and gross, but because it threatens free speech and freedom, other freedoms in Brattleboro. But the way it was forced on the people, this improper vote of a thing that hadn't been properly warned, and which the select board members admitted they hadn't read. This is all on video, and BCS can show you the links. Mr. Chapman defended his right to approve legislation that he did not read, and so did Mr. Gartenstein. Anyway, this kind of stormtrooper techniques are the kinds of things that will happen, and that Mr. Trump is authorized to enforce on us because we signed onto this thing. And I hope the select board and people in the community can get together on it and rescind this. There are some financial advantages to signing on, and we have received $200,000 in grants over the last 5 years because of signing on. But that's not worth our soul and our democracy. Thank you.
Kurt, thank you. Since I know honestly nothing about that, I will look into that for myself and share some info with the rest of the board. Terry Carter is next on our stack.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Terry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. A couple things. I think it should, can you see me or no?
No.
Oh, wait, hold on, start my video, hold on.
Oh, there you
There you
are.
are.
Hey, there I am. As you can see, I'm more familiar with Zoom than I was with GoTo, but I was able to watch your last two GoTo select board meetings. But last week I wanted to listen and participate in the CPCC meeting, which I think is the last Monday of every month. And I could not get GoTo to work. And I'm just curious, are you going to have all this go to Zoom? Because I am more familiar with Zoom than I am with GoTo.
I think.
And if the CPCC goes to Zoom, I would, that would be fine with me. But I'm just wondering if you've had enough forethought about that.
We actually, I think Peter can chime in if I'm inaccurate, but we're really just feeling our way right now. One of the main reasons I wanted to go to Zoom pretty quickly, which clearly didn't work out that well last week, but so far so good here, is that we're considering it, as you might know, Terry, for representative town meeting. And I was really uncomfortable with not being comfortable with Zoom, at least on the select board, a few meetings under our belt before throwing ourselves into a complete unknown, which is RTM, which, as far as we know right now, is only really workable on Zoom. We're pretty confident it is. But again, we wanted to at least try on the select board. And I think it's sort of a, how would I say, department by department thing. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but I think some meetings will be in Zoom and some meetings will be GoToMeeting, but it will always be on the top of the agenda for each warned meeting, you know, the link.
But it will be.
Yeah, and you would click right on it typically.
Okay, I'm just going to throw in
Peter?
I just want to throw in my hat. I would support everything going on Zoom, just for the record.
Yeah, I think ideally, once we are confident on security issues and things like that, I think I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
And one last thing, and then Peter can talk, and then I'll be done. But I support, like you're talking about, keeping out chat and other things. I support that. I think it should, for now, be as basic as possible, because there's a lot of techie dinosaurs like myself, where, you know, it's not a territory where we're just learning to familiarize ourselves with it, and the less distraction and complications, at least for now, I think, collectively speaking, for everybody involved, I think it's the right, you're right. It would be better for now not to have the chat and all the other stuff.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm done. Now let's listen to Peter.
Thanks, Terry. I think Peter was just unmuting to support me if I needed it, but I assume by his nods, I was fairly accurate there. So I'm going to go, just to keep things moving, we're going to go to Doran and Danielle. Next, you're welcome to join us in public participation.
Can't do the video for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, we're still working it out. So just, we can hear you fine.
Yeah, so just in terms of the chat, you know, obviously we are due to the crisis restrained to this imperfect tech here, but I don't. This is the only way for people to communicate on the side, which is just like, you know, like people are going to, you are town officials, people are going to praise you and insult you. It's going to be part of the game, but it's also just don't pay attention to the chat. It's a great way for people who don't necessarily know each other to communicate with each other over things they may agree or disagree on. And you have the access to, if someone is being absolutely like egregious, you have the access to boot them. But to get rid of the chat is just another little like knock at anything in terms of democratic discussion. So it seems like a whole thing to have the chat there. And if people are abusing it, just boot them. I don't know. I just don't see why that's such an issue and why we had to waste a half an hour talking about it, and it should just be.
Thanks for that comment. For this meeting, I think it would be wise to move on from that discussion, and we can have it again another time. Jackson, you are next. This is for public participation, anything unrelated to police review process and community safety.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Cool. I'm actually reading on behalf of Frank Austin, who can't talk right now. So this is a statement from him. My name is Frank Austin. I use he, him pronouns, and I live in Brattleboro, Vermont. As a disabled member of this community, I am really frustrated with the lack of a chat room. The only reason I am able to have my voice heard right now is because I have enough of a community already to reach out personally to, someone I trust who can read this statement to the board on my behalf. I am nonverbal at the moment and come in and out of that. If the chat box was open, I would be able to message the chat as I have before to ask for someone to read on my behalf. I cannot do that now, and others can't either. This meeting is less accessible than it has been the past few months. Please enable the chat box. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for reading that, Jackson. So it looks like we are done with public participation. One thing I realized just as Jackson was talking about access, which is important, I forgot to point out something to callers, and we do have quite a few callers. I think callers get this prompt when they call in, but to raise your hand, and you wouldn't be able to see it, but you have to trust that your hand is raised. You do *9, and then I think you do *9 again to unraise, to lower your hand. And when you're asked to unmute, is *6 on the phone. And just a reminder that anybody can always read something for someone else. You're welcome to do that at any point. So that seems to be it for public participation.
Ryan Stratton sort of appeared with his hand raised, which maybe was so that I don't know if they know how to do the hand raise.
Oh, okay. Ryan, just checking in to see Patrick can help you come back up if you wanted to say something there.
And Ryan, I apologize if I'm calling you out for no reason.
I did see something, but I wasn't sure it was a hand raise, so I wasn't sure. Ah, there you are.
Yeah, I'm a millennial, and I don't even know how to raise my hand virtually. I've used Zoom a lot, so I was hoping to speak I would like us to explore having a chat in the future, but for now, I made a little Google Hangout chat for anyone who wants to join. The link will be in my image once I stop the video.
Fancy. Okay. So I had that right. Actually, people do still use Google Hangout. I have no idea. Ian.
So I really appreciate the public comment on the chat. And I think one thought I would have for the, I would put to the chair and to the town to look into would be if we could enable people to be able to chat with each other in an effort to try to recreate what you have access to in a board meeting that's in person. So in a board meeting in person, you can whisper to the person next to you, you can ask someone to leave and go into the hallway and talk to them. And you could essentially do the same function if you could, like in Zoom when you have the chat function or in GoToMeeting, you can identify an individual and chat to them directly. If we could have a way to enable that part of the chat and maintain the fact that you have to raise your hand and speak for the general discussion, I think that would solve what I think is a very reasonable criticism of disabling the chat, and I'd ask for us to look into that.
Seems reasonable, and certainly the concerns are heard, and not to mention a nice elephant in the room, but we're going along with a nice democratic discussion here, and I don't want to ruin anything, so I'll still try to move us along. I did get a little note to remind folks from Patrick where the hand raising function is. You do have to open up, I think I mentioned this before, you click on participants if you're on your desktop, and that'll open all the participants. And in that open up menu to the lower left, you'll see raise hand. So that's where that exists. If you're not familiar, no idea how to do it on mobile, probably involves, so, I think you just touch and then it comes up in the ... Strange world we live in, trying to navigate all this stuff. I'm gonna move things forward to unfinished business. So we are continuing our discussion of process for reviewing the police in Brattleboro, how to get there and how to evaluate community safety. And specifically at this meeting, we are looking at an RFP that was submitted by a group of community members. Does anybody want to, as far as procedure, I'm happy to, and just raise your hands, board member, if you have a problem with this. Happy to go ahead with seeing if there's a representative to either present some of it. It's kind of a long document, so if you want to read it, it's okay with me. That's what we're here for. Or if you want to read sections and just handle it bullet pointish, whatever. But I thought I would just turn the meeting over to the folks that got together the RFP. Oh, Daniel.
Can I just say real quick that if people are watching this and they want to read it themselves, they can go to brattleboro.org, go to the Selectboard link, and it's in draft minutes and supporting documents.
Yeah, and it's marked, I think, pretty clearly revised. We probably pulled off the one that was mistakenly sent. So.
Thank you, Daniel, for that.
Peter's nodding. Like, I still feel like, can you take yourself off mute, Peter? You can. Okay. So, so if it's okay with folks, we'll start looking at the stack here. I see Witchy is up there, and certainly we could. Is that all right with the rest of the board? And then we'll, yeah. Witchy, you're welcome to turn yourself on and all that techie stuff. Hi there.
All that techie stuff. I like it.
Thank you.
All right. So, hi. I am decision by the group, I'm here to present the RFP. Just sort of like a quick intro of sort of like who I am. And before that, just wanted to sort of thank you for giving us the opportunity to continue to talk about this. You know, I've been doing this work for a very long time, and it always takes a long time and always takes a lot of meetings. So I appreciate you holding on to this and having the patience and compassion to really go through this. And especially thinking that the transparency that Peter provided with that organizational chart, and I'm sure many others found it pretty useful and informational. And also wanting to thank sort of that consistent pursuit of accessibility, because that's a really big part of the RFP. So the fact that we're here talking about how do we make these meetings accessible in an equitable way is definitely important work that we'll just have to continue to do. So a little bit about me. Like I said, I've been doing this work for a very long time, for more than a decade. And right now I am a member of the Council on Racial Equity at the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, addressing racial disparities among our public health. I'm also part of the Roots Black Indigenous People of Color Caucus and the racial justice organizing in town. And I also serve on the Racial Equity Task Force as a group that advises the governor on racial inequities in our state. A quick note on who we are, who put this RFP together. And really it is a conglomerate of people from a variety of experiences. A lot of us have been doing this kind of social justice work for a very long time, and many of us have and continue to experience injustices in the hands of the public safety system, whether that be because we are BIPOC, Black Indigenous People of Color, or we are psychiatric, I'm sorry, I'm having a rough time with that word. But basically people have been labeled psychiatrically, and people who have disabilities. And a lot of us have been continuing to do this work, especially because we know from our personal experiences and those of our family and friends that this work needs to be done. So this RFP is in hopes of being able to introduce some kind of ongoing process to evaluate public safety. And I wanted to summarize several items that are important in this RFP. One of them being an independent facilitator or group of facilitators who have knowledge on anti-racist public safety models and on vulnerable populations. Another part of the RFP is to be able to have a review committee, and one that is able to have where power differences do not result in less privileged people, where power differences do not result in less privileged people being excluded. And through the facilitator in this, we're able to gather input to present to the review committee and gather input from as many community members and as many community groups here in Brattleboro as possible, in order to really get a definition of how does our community define safety? How do we look at safety as a Brattleboro community? And in addition to that, what is the current public safety system that we have? And how is this definition of safety being met and not met? And through this process, being able to have two different recommendations. One in the short term, before we start talking about budget in November, that can talk about what are some immediate things that we can do right now that can help ease some of these needs that are not being met. And one in another recommendation that's more for a long-term solution that can identify an ongoing process, and hopefully this could be done by March, so it can be reviewed at RTM. So that's basically a summary of what the RFP is. As Daniel mentioned, is on the brattleboro.org. I can also provide it to you. My email is just my two names, Wichiartu, together @gmail.com. and you can email me, and I'd be happy to forward that along. I do want to note there are several organizations or organization representatives on this participant list that I want to name specifically because they wanted to talk about the RFP. These people are Mel Motel, in representing Brattleboro Community Justice Center, Anne Mullaney, and I'm sorry if I butchered your last name, speaking for the Women's Freedom Center, Doran Ham, speaking for the Brattleboro Tenants Union, Malika Puffer, speaking for the Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services, reading a statement by Kate Lamphere, and Rihanna Kendrick, speaking for Groundworks. And that is all from me. I would let the select board choose whether they want to do their initial responses or they want to call on some of these presenters. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Richie. I didn't realize. Do you, thank you.
Sure.
So you have a couple people that would like to speak. I was just a little unsure where you left it just there. Or, you know, to the
Sure.
document itself? Or did you have anybody who wanted to actually read portions, or, which I think it's been out there a while, so I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but
it's been out there for a while. I feel like people have generally had a chance to speak, and I've also summarized the main points. The rest of it is sort of guidelines of what the proposal should look like, which is very project management speak, like scope and schedule, and these are, you know, Times New Roman, right? Those things are not necessarily important to read. So I just outlined a few parts.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say we can I'm not I'm often indecisive like who should speak first. But if there are speakers from that organization, I do suggest that you raise your hand. Otherwise, I invite the select board to have some initial reactions or responses that we can discuss on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Richie. So I don't currently have hands for other folks. Whoop, I do. Wow, a couple. Mel is first. Would you like to go, Mel?
Hello, thank you for
Hello.
unmuting me. Hi.
Yeah.
It
You're getting
is
used to it.
it is so nice to look around this virtual room and see so many people I know who are my neighbors and friends and colleagues and folks from nonprofits and organizers and police leadership. And it's amazing that we're trying our best to do this connection in a time of such profound disconnection. So I'm just starting off with a lot of appreciation and respect and care. I'm going to speak for a few minutes tonight. My name is Mel Motel, and I was just laughing earlier because if you didn't know who I was and you saw my name in the waiting room, you might have been like, is that a real person or not? But I am. And I'm here to really speak on behalf of the Brattleboro Community Justice Center. So I'm a resident of Brattleboro, but I'm also the executive director of the BCJC, which during non-pandemic times, our doors open on the 3rd floor of the municipal building, not far from the select board meeting space. And normally when I talk about restorative justice with the group, I try to make it more engaging, but I'll be real quick because of our format. And I'm gonna say a couple things about restorative justice and how I see it as connecting to this proposal and why that our organization supports the process and the RFP, which I might be kind of interchangeable about. I apologize. So in restorative justice, which is the work that we do at the Justice Center, we ask the questions when someone has hurt someone else or been hurt. What happened? Who was harmed and how? What are your needs? What needs to happen to make things as right as possible? And how do we bring in people most directly affected by an incident or issue to make sure it doesn't happen again and that things change? So when I look at this proposal, I look at this process, I look at this RFP, and it is profoundly restorative to me. And I think there's some issues to still work through and some specifics that I have questions about myself. But when I look at it, I see how much it aligns with what we do as a Justice Center. And I want to talk about 3 things, which is the who, the how, and the depth. And those are the things that attract me. Those are the core of this RFP. So first, the who. in the RFP, it names a prioritization given to the inclusion of individuals from groups who experience more frequent police interactions and are more likely to be harmed in those interactions. And it names Black, Indigenous people of color, people who use drugs, psychiatrically labeled people, people with disabilities, domestic and sexual violence survivors, poor people, homeless people, LGBTQ folks. And this list, this naming speaks to me because this is our community at the Justice Center. People who have contact with the criminal legal system, whether it's because they've caused harm, they've been harmed, or they're just in distress, they come through our door and they sit in our rooms, and they are often, but not always, the people who are most left out of community functioning. Most left out of community functioning. And what this proposal does is it names these people in our community who have been so left out and so unheard. And so I appreciate the proposal for that. What's really important too is the how. It's about doing things like providing stipends, childcare, meeting people where they are at so that people can genuinely participate. So access isn't just a word or an add-on or something that we're attempting to do after we already form our committees, because I do that stuff all the time. I sit in rooms all the time with people like me who are nonprofit directors, and then a few months in we say, ooh, we should bring in someone who's used substances to inform our process, and we should mine them. We don't say it, but we say we should mine them for their information so that we can get our grant money. Like, that stuff happens all the time. And what this process is saying is, no, that is not how we are going to do this. We are going to center the people who are most directly impacted. And so that is why this speaks to me and our organization. And the last thing I'll speak to is the scope. And what I love about how this process has unfolded is it started with this really, I don't know if it started with Liz or who, but this idea of, okay, we're being called upon as a town to examine our police and look at police reform and look at what's going well and what's not going well. But what has evolved over the last few weeks is a blowing up of that, an expansion of that, a deepening of that, to really go deep and ask, what does community safety look like in our community to those most harmed? And it's deep and it's going to be messy and it is going to be a long haul. We are not going to figure this out by November, and we're not going to figure it out by the spring. But what this process and this RFP is asking us to do as a community is go really deep on these questions. And it's a process and an RFP that might feel uncomfortable to those of us who are in positions of power, who are used to doing things in a particular way. But it's also a process that I think is going to create safety, or has a better chance of creating safety for those whose voices matter the most. So it's something that might cause discomfort for some, but it's going to give safety to people whose voices matter most. So to me, these are some deeply restorative principles that align so much with the work that we do here by involving people most directly affected by something and figuring out the answer. And so those are some of the reasons as an organization, we support the core of this work. Again, I think we got some details to work out. And what I want to share is that as an organization and as a person in the organization, we want to also offer our presence to this process. We are facilitators. We have really good meeting practices and we can help conversations happen. We also have a very, very in-depth understanding of the ways that systems operate in this, the criminal justice system operates in this community, and also how alternative processes for dealing with harm can operate. So what I want to share with the select board and anybody on this call right now is to call on us. We are here for it. We are here for the discomfort. We are here for the liberation. We are here for the messiness. We are here for the mistakes, and we are here for the love, because I believe in this community and like every single person I know on this call, all of you, and I really believe we can do this together. So I feel really thrilled to be able to step up tonight and say that we support this process as an organization. Thanks.
Thanks, Mel. I'm gonna swallow my fear of getting the pronunciation wrong, but Malaika or Malaika? Oh, hi. Which one is it? Is it Malaika? Oh, hold on one second. Patrick, if you could just invite.
I think I'm unmuted now.
There we go. Thank you.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little
Okay.
delay, but just go with it.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Employed by Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services of Southeastern Vermont. You have to like take a breath in the middle of that name, but commonly referred to as HCRS. And I'm going to be reading a statement from Kate Lamphere, who is the Director of Adult Services at HCRS. And she writes, to the Select Board and community at large, on behalf of HCRS, the local designated agency serving the communities of Windham County, including Brattleboro, I would like to lend our support to the proposal for an independent review committee that prioritizes the inclusion of groups who are more frequently impacted by police involvement. We fully support payment to individuals who lend their voices and expertise to the review committee, and HCRS often reimburses individuals who share their personal experiences for quality improvement and practice development. In addition to the support of the review committee, HCRS is also committed to reviewing our own practices that have the potential to cause harm and have caused harm, and will prioritize inclusion of people of color, people who we serve, psychiatric survivors, people who use drugs, and people with disabilities. As part of the review, we will analyze our use of law enforcement to complete well-person checks and to intervene in mental health crisis situations. We look forward to partnering with many of the people in this virtual room to design a solution that better serves members of our community who are in distress.
Thank you. I think you're a little frozen, but thank you. Wasn't sure if you were done. Thanks for reading that statement. We have Rihanna Kendrick next. I got it right, correct?
Getting closer and closer, Tim. I appreciate that.
Rihanna or Rihanna?
It's Rihanna, like Diana with an R. Yeah. So I'm Rihanna Kendrick and work for Groundworks Collaborative as the Director of Operations. And I want to really thank all of the people who've given so much of their time to engage in a both thoughtful and really inclusive process. As a representative of Groundworks, I want to voice our collective support for the community proposed RFP. In our work, we serve a significant number of people who experience homelessness and poverty. And we see day in and day out that it's all too common for folks that we work with to experience really vast inequities within systems. And it ranges from justice to housing to education to medical, any major system you can think of. The folks that we serve have very little, if any, opportunity to voice their perspective and wisdom about how to best improve, adapt, and change these systems. Notably, folks that we serve are not present at this meeting tonight and typically not at Select Board meetings ever due to a variety of reasons, but mainly centered around equitable access. The proposed process is an important one for our community at large, and given its importance in determining who we want to be, we support this process being led by a paid, experienced, and professional facilitator that really works to center the voices of people most impacted by these systems. Both paid facilitation and stipends for participants with lived experience is important to ensure an equitable process of balancing power and access. I want to speak for all of our staff that we look forward to being part of this process, both as staff, as an organization, and supporting our folks in being able to share their voices in a safe and equitable way, and really being part of the learning and growth that will come from it.
Brianna? I have Witchy back. Are you back to join us? Witchy R2? Hey. And Patrick, if you don't mind, just inviting Witchy to turn off or unmute.
There we go.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick note. I incorrectly named the Women's Freedom Center and Anne Mullaney, and I will be officially publicly retracting that. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Witchy. Doran and Danielle.
Hey y'all, hopefully
Hi.
I won't freeze up. My name is Dorn Ham, he, him pronouns. I am a born and raised Dummerston resident and have lived back in Brattleboro for about 7 years. I'm here as a member of the Tenants Union of Brattleboro. We, as the Tenants Union, are in support of the RFP because we know it is the truth. We know housing is a human right. Housing is tied directly to race, inequality, and policing. Powers that be currently invest so much in those with property, capital, and wealth, when they are not the majority of people that will inherit this town that was built on stolen land. Our town is increasingly becoming more and more unaffordable to most. This gentrification directly increases policing of those with less financial means. The young BIPOC community of the Brattleboro area that has come to you to ask for assistance in how to fundamentally change the basic principles of how our community and society will work for the betterment of all, as the town council's job is to do. This movement is in the direction of what will be the right side of history, but it is at risk of getting caught in the red tape of what is steeped in racism, classism, and capitalist ideology over equality, community, and people's general health and well-being. I was told the other day by a friend that Brattleboro is already lost to overwhelming gentrification. And I refuse to believe that, looking at this wonderful, educated, strong, diverse group that surrounds this proposal. There is a rope that connects all the things that Vermont struggles with: housing, policing, aging population, gentrification, drug addiction, dying downtowns, and racism. But to work on all of these, we really have to start here. The hardworking group behind this proposal has done the research, have the education and the training. The people that will help this progress happen. All we ask is that you continue to listen to them. Tim, Liz, Daniel, Ian, Brandy, we really do want what is best for this town. This proposal is what is best for this town.
Thanks, Doran. I had, seems things are shifting. I thought I had Kurt Dimes there, but that name has disappeared. So, board, does anybody want to speak? Kurt's back. Kurt, if you're able to join us, Patrick will invite you to go off mute and join us. Oh, we see your image too. Hi.
Hi, everybody. I don't know why my hand kept on disappearing. I thought I was raising it, but it disappeared. I'm kind of excited about this review plan. My own organization has a proposal for police reform, and I think will be well received by the committee. But I think the committee is a lot bigger than police reform. I think the RFP is a big P. It is a big proposal, and in the last few weeks, I've come to look at it as not police reform, but as a reform of the reform process. And I think it's going to be a great model for doing all kinds of bringing the community into town government. It's a revolutionary change. And I hope maybe there's a way that the committee in forming itself can, and the select board can keep that in mind, that this is a way of reforming reform. And so I think, cool.
Okay, thanks, Kurt. Board, it looks like with the lack of hands, community is inviting us to kick it around a little bit, as is that's our job. Who would like to start off with some impressions or comments? Daniel.
Yes, thank you. Let's see. So yeah, I want to appreciate all the people that have spoken thus far, and all of the people that worked on this, and all of the people on this board that have been discussing this for several weeks. And I want to kind of pat us all on the back. I really have, one question, and it's like, do we feel like this RFP is good to go? And if it isn't, what do we dislike? What do we have questions about? You know, that's where I want to be. I don't think we need to be in kind of a big ideological kind of place. It's pretty clearly written. I think we understand where people are coming from with it. So is it good to go? And if not, what needs to change?
Thanks, Daniel. Who else would like to speak? No? No hands? Brandy? Oh, we're not hearing you. That might be the local microphone trick.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I have to have the earbuds in. So I fixed it, but I fixed it in a very odd way. Okay.
Well, it works.
Whatever. So yeah, I'm curious to hear the answer to Daniel's question, because I think that's actually like the question of the day. And I just want to reiterate, you know, my support for the proposal, mainly because I feel like it was written by the people most affected by what the proposal addresses, and also acknowledging my appreciation for the chief. The chief, like I said before, has helped me out with advice, with personal advice, in situations that other people may not have ever been able to see our police force act in. I've seen them. I have my own unique perspective on watching our police department. And so I'm curious to hear the answers to what we don't know or what we're not sure about. And I also just want to reiterate that there's a lot of really solidified organizations and well-known people and grounded humans and passionate people behind this. And that's why I support it, because I think the people that need to be talking about this are talking about this.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian, hand, I see your hand.
Yeah, I will. Daniel, I'm right there with you, man. I agree. I think that's where we should be. We should talk about, do we think this is good to go? And if we don't think it's good to go, what do we think needs to be changed about it, or what needs to be modified? So I'll just answer. I don't think it's good to go yet. I think there's some questions I have. There are a couple things that I want to talk to the board about. I think we're moving so far. We're so much closer. And I think I would like to start by thanking the community for doing all this work. You know, you've brought voices to the table here, and you've created a work product that the board can't do, the select board can't do. Like, we're 5 white people, and you guys have done this. And I really want to respect that and say that I think much of what is in here I completely agree with, and I have agreed with as we've moved all the way through. And so I think we're just in a place now where I want to focus it a little bit more, because I want to kind of echo Witchy on this being an ongoing process. I think that this is a committee that should exist from this point forward. I think that the work that we're asking this committee to do is not going to be solved in FY22 budget discussion. So I think building a strong foundation for this committee is really essential. And I believe that one of the critical parts of making a strong foundation is making sure that the goals and the direction is really clear. And I think that that is my answer to Daniel's second question. I find it a little unclear exactly what the direction is. And I think what Mel was talking about, which was the who, the how, and the scope, I think the last question is the what. And I don't know if that question is fully answered in this current iteration of the RFP. I have more to say, but to not take up a ton of time, I'll let the board respond or talk.
Thanks, Ian. Oh, Liz has her hand up.
Well, thank you. I have actually a lot to say, and I hope this is the right time to go on for a little bit about it. I first want to begin by thanking everyone in this group of concerned citizens for their attention and their hard work and their dedication, but also to their innate knowledge of the subject and their perspective, and bringing this information to us on the select board. These insights have allowed us at the select board to really have a greater understanding of the issues of police and public safety before the town. I also want to say that I believe everyone on the select board is eager to keep this promise to do this study, and everyone wants the town to act. And I just don't think we can wait any longer for the examination of the police department's use of force, for example, and other policies. So I also want to acknowledge my gratefulness to Ain, Robin, and Emily for the opportunity they gave me to chat last week. They were very generous with their time, and I got a greater understanding of their knowledgeable perspective on these issues. And they allowed me to talk about my process perspective. So that was great, and I appreciate it. I believe that there's a lot of people in Brattleboro who have reached out to me and worked with, and that we all share the same goals. And I'm sure that we can work together for this common purpose. Specifically to this RFP and to this issue going forward, I see two dominant themes, and they're of course related. One is an examination of the police, and the other is an examination and a healing of the harm and the trauma faced by people in Brattleboro from the systemic racism that exists in Brattleboro. And they're interrelated, but they're also distinct. And so the way I see us going forward is really in two ways. One is to create a public committee, the select board's responsibility to create this committee for rigorous police review. And while it is a piece of this study to understand the hurt and the harm in the community, that's also a really much larger conversation that Brattleboro needs to have a cultural change and to have real change in Brattleboro. And so I see this second larger study as a nonprofit-led discussion, and that we have these great organizations in town that do this work, and we should be empowering them. All the people that spoke tonight, Mel Motel, everyone, had important priorities about finding the harm and being there for the people of Brattleboro. So I think we should have a full study of the police. And at the same time, I think that these nonprofit organizations who are so very involved now should be presently applying for funding for the representative town meeting human resource committee to have this open, healing public conversation in our community. And I'm sure the select board and the RTM will support this. but I think that we should begin ourselves at the select board with setting forth this police examination of policies, practices, and the budget, all the things that were said earlier. And this police review should include, what's Brattleboro's policies regarding broken windows policing, strengthen community oversight and representation of the public to the police department, limit and examine the use of force policies, have a strong independent review and prosecution of police incidents. What's the use of body cams? End for-profit policing. Examine what military policing equipment and practices are used in Brattleboro. Reviewing the union contract for fairness and accountability, and making sure that our police department training is what we want, we in the community want the police to be trained for. And yes, there should be listening sessions for people to bear witness of their interactions with the police. And that could be both publicly and anonymously. And there should be a strong review of the role of social work in policing, of both the role of social work within the police department and social work outside the police department. And also, we need to have the nonprofit social service agencies who work with the police to discuss ideas for improving that interaction or removing that interaction, strengthening restorative justice programs, how to reduce the potential of police, of people entering into the justice system. What type of social service and restorative justice budgets can we have to achieve these goals? And these ideas could be, again, public or anonymous. And so, having said that, I have some specific edits to the RFP, and I don't know whether you want me to go through those now, Tim, or wait till more public comments. I'm ready to go now if you're ready to hear it.
I think you should just go ahead. I think we do have one hand up, but I think it might help everyone watching to kind of get a read of the board before they can chime in with more comments. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So the preamble and the background, they're great statements of the intent by the body who prepared the RFP, and they can be maintained as going forward as that statement of purpose, but I don't think it's appropriate for a municipal public bid offering. I also think it's important for the scope of work to be something that can be bid on by a broad spectrum of professional qualified facilitators without too narrow a set of qualifications. And also there needs to be a clear set of tasks. I see the tasks as overall coordination of the process, aid in the select board's public committee selection. We need to have a specific number of meetings so that when you're reviewing bids, it can be apples to apples. I would say, let's say 10 meetings. The facilitator would assist in the assemblage of recommendations. And that we need to finish all work by December 31st so that this work can inform the select board's budget and the RTM's budget calendar. It's not November, it's a little bit more time, but I think we need to understand that the representative town meeting process begins in the fall and is entirely wrapped up by the end of January. So, this initial work needs to be done by the end of the year. As to the specific section of the RFP labeled process overview, point number one, I agree. The town of Brattleboro seeks one or more, so forth. But I'm not sure that we need to have the sentence that says the scope will include community desires, etc. Maybe, I don't know. The next item, I completely agree, number 2. Number 3, the select board will make the application public and will choose the facilitator based on the criteria in this document in a public meeting. Recommendations from community leaders who propose this process may participate in the public meeting. They're not specifically called out to choose the facilitator. And similarly, in item 4, in conjunction with interested community members, the facilitators will assist the select board in creating a review committee. And yes, it can certainly include BIPOC people as so forth as listed in the RFP. Participation in this committee should be compensated. I fully agree, and we should set up a budget as select board members. In order to form the committee, number 5, the facilitator will reach out to the drafters. I don't think that's appropriate. And number 6 as well. And number 7 is interesting language. I don't believe the facilitator should be leading this process. The committee will have a leader, and the facilitator is merely a facilitator. It is not a moderator. And then number 8, I would move the date to December 31st and say that all suggested initiatives will be reviewed for compliance, and that the report will be selected and released to the public. Not necessarily additionally to a specific group of people, but to the public as a whole. The March deadline, I don't think is appropriate because it's not meaningful for the representative town meeting calendar. And the select board will vote on these recommendations. The next section called assumptions of the study, I agree with let's see, number 1, I would just add that all meetings have to be in compliance with the open meeting law. And number 2, yes. Number 3, yes. Number 4, all the way to number 8. Yes, I agree that in-person meetings, when we have in-person meetings, it would be great to have them in a location like the Root Social Justice Center. Number 10, I agree with those 2 points, but I'm not sure that we need to have the language about challenging white supremacy. But yes, I believe that ways in which town emergency response, such as police and other nonprofit collaboratives, may cause harm, that should definitely be part of this study. Community safety needs that are unmet by these systems and programs should be part of this study. Yes, facilitators cannot be members of the Citizens Police Committee, the police, or any individual that works with police or any select board members. But the last one, number 12, an individual who's involved in the committee is also receiving funding. So many people in our town and so many groups who are part of this meeting here tonight receive funding from the town or representative town meeting. And I don't think that those people should be labeled or prejudicial in any way. I agree that some sort of experience, I'm now talking about facilitator qualifications. Yes, anti-racism, but no specific set of credentials should be required. And we should let the responder have the freedom to define that in their own way. Yes on safe spaces. Yes on qualitative research message. Not sure I agree with the decolonizing words, but I certainly believe that the next bullet, we should have, for example, creating a broad range of innovative solutions. Yes on handle sensitive data. But then this next element about somatics, et cetera, I believe that this is therapeutic language for the portion of this issue that I discussed earlier, for the broader, longer term cultural change study. This is therapeutic language that should be removed from this RFP, but remain an integral part of the longer term nonprofit study.
Liz,
Yes.
that seems like, I just want to make sure I know exactly where you're talking about. Can you just clarify which section you're referring to?
Yes, we're talking about the facilitator qualification section. The language begins, incorporates processes for transformative and liberated work that includes somatics, body-based practices. Do you see that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. And then, yes, experience with working with BIPOC people and so forth, and experience in rural communities, that's fine. And then the scope of study, yes on number 1, yes on number 2, methodology. As for a preliminary list of potential participants, no, I think that negates the select board's public selection process and the potential risks to be addressed in conducting the study. I don't think that that's necessarily a requirement. Someone may bring that up if they suppose. But the next element, a brief description of possible end products of this, I don't think we should be presupposing outcomes in this study. I think that had been mentioned earlier in the process that nobody wants that. And the costs, yes. The stipends, yes. The evaluation criteria, yes. I think all questions should be directed to Peter Elwell, and a new date should be suggested by the town for an appropriate time for responding. So what I would hope for would be that these comments and the RFP that I prepared earlier be incorporated by reference. And I would specifically hope that the preamble and the background and objectives are included. And also, I had a scope of study that listed items 4 through 10, which is listening sessions, review of the police practices, draft policy statements, innovative training identification, a detailed nonprofit conversation, as I mentioned earlier. I think this is a very important part of the study, and reporting to the select board and how the town will act. So my goal is to ask the select board for us as the select board, to ask the staff to make comments and edits on this RFP, and the RFP are prepared on July 22nd, so that the town, and also that the town be free to make changes to allow this document to conform to the laws and acceptable practices, so that we can meet again and vote on a revised RFP that incorporates all these items that was prepared by town staff to move this process forward.
Okay, Liz, thank you. A couple of orders of business. Brandy has found the coffee cup, which I discovered recently, which I think is the way to indicate to your fellow team members that you're suggesting a break. Do I take that correctly, Brandy? And I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I was all ready to go, but what I don't want to do is sort of have a last word before the break. So since it's already 8, do board members feel like we could take a 10-minute break? 15, what would you like? Or Daniel's holding up 10 fingers. Does that sound good to everybody? Or Ian, you look unsure.
Well, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on that. That was a lot from Liz. So, I mean, I kind of like, I feel like this is like kind of a moment to see where everybody else on the board sort of what they feel about what, but I also hear you, Brandy, on the break. So we can break.
No, I think if Brandy and Daniel, can you hold up 5 minutes for a little bit of direct feedback, or is that okay? Or if Brandy if it's really pressing, we should just go ahead. You guys just speak up. I don't know which way to go. Daniel's give me a thumbs up, but I think that means, Ian, why don't you, because it's pressing and it's top of mind, why don't you go ahead?
Let's take a break. Let's take a break.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want the floor first?
No.
I mean, when we get back?
No.
No, okay. Everybody who has their hand up, I see you, and I'm hoping you can just leave your hand up. We're gonna go on a short break. I think Patrick's gonna put up some sort of intermission placard. Gee, man, that's cute. And we'll reconvene at, let's say, terrible at math, 8:15. Thanks, everybody. So I'm officially late. Let's restart the meeting. Where we were is, and it looks like everybody stayed in the stack. Brandy still has her cup there, but I'm going to ignore that. Hopefully everybody had a bit of a rest. We were, Ian had decided that he didn't need to speak immediately to Elizabeth's comments. So should I go? Ian? Okay, I'm going to go. I didn't see a response to that. That way everybody knows where the board's at, I guess. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Once in a while when it goes
Yes.
completely silent, it's a little disconcerting. Thank you, Daniel. You know, I have a lot of sort of highlighted sections, and I really think, well, first of all, I have to thank everybody who put so much work into this. It really is a lot of work, and thank you to Liz for kicking it off, giving a framework to this RFP, absolutely as well. And once more, thanks to Liz, because Liz kind of pointed out quite a few things that I had issues with on a point-by-point basis. I think I'll just point out one or two that kind of boggle my mind a little bit, and maybe down the road I'll just, maybe somebody from the folks that put it together can kind of answer a question that's kind of bugging me. So I'll speak to a couple, sorry, individual things, and then I'll just, I have a little bit of a written thing I want to read. I'm a little confused about the insistence of the CPCC participants not being invited into the committee. The CPCC should be a source for some good community members who are there because they believe in what we're all wanting to do here, which is to find the best police force we can have for Brattleboro. We have two brand new members on that committee, and Gary Stroud, I think, who spoke last time at our meeting eloquently, is newly vice chair. I read the minutes the other day. I don't know if Gary's here, but anyway, so I'm a little confused by that. I don't have it right in front of me, but it is in there somewhere. Oh, it's in assumptions of study facility or facilitators or committee members cannot be part of the CPCC. If the problem is with the CPCC, I want to also make it clear that the CPCC is, in my opinion, totally on the block for a complete rebuild, a renaming, a rebuild, a re-examination of what this committee should be doing, because there's very reasonable concerns about whether it's effective, and participation is lax in it still, but maybe that's because people don't think it's doing a good job at what it should be doing. So absolutely, I feel that that should be part of the process, but I hope that the people involved currently wouldn't be excluded in any way. And I think as far as details, what I keep coming back to is, someone mentioned sort of a presupposition of outcomes, and that's what I keep coming back to myself. It starts with very political statements, which, you know, from an activist perspective, it should start with a political statement. From a municipal perspective, a democratically elected municipal body, I don't believe should be making overtly political statements for this purpose, because our purpose is to fully examine the role of the police, and an acknowledgement of truths of racism and white supremacy. That's a very, that's a term that will be very polarizing, even in our community, even though there's a lot of people who understand what that means. So I'm looking for something that our entire community can get behind, because I believe in the democratic process. So let me sort of roll into a little thing I wrote, and I attempted to put it on the screen this time because I'm so tired of looking down at the navel thing that seems to happen with me. The Brattleboro Select Board is constrained legally to operate within open meeting laws and statutory requirements. These requirements exist, and rightly so that select boards do not abuse power and to preserve our democratic process. There's a reason why we have such frustrating rules and move so slowly in many activists' opinions. It preserves the rights for all of us so that when in 10 years or 5 years, or indeed even possibly next year, when you have a conservative board instead of a liberal one, your rights won't be trampled upon then either. So to summarize, for me, it's like a big bulky ship that turns to change course very frustratingly, slowly. But it's designed that way so that no one person or a small group or a minority people who are really charged politically can grab that wheel and make sudden changes to a course without the approval of our whole community. That's, or at least a democratic majority of our whole community, because that's how we operate. So the select board is a duly elected leadership of this town. All 5 of us swore an oath to, quote, do equal right and justice to all people in this town. If we abdicate our responsibilities to serve in this office the way it was democratically designed, we should step down and let others serve, because that's the role that we are sitting in. That's the hats we are wearing right now. The people have the power to change how the entire democratic leadership system is designed here in Brattleboro, but that has a system to do so. That needs a change to our town's charter, a review of which will be coming up if we ever get back to some semblance of normalcy here with the Rona going on and all that. But it was about to be kicked off before everything happened, and I hope we'll get to that soon. Then that has to be approved by our parental-like body, the Vermont legislature, for better or worse. I've argued that it's not a great thing to be a Dillon's rule state and not a home rule state, as you've probably tired of hearing by now. And Bob can really sort of review, if we need him to, some of the other citizen recourses, such as petitions that also allow a group of citizens to make their desires known to the select board. I learned, I'm a little embarrassed, but I didn't know that you can even recall an individual select board member. The bar is a little higher than doing some other functions from a petition standpoint, but it's absolutely doable. Finally, if you don't like us, you should vote us out, because again, we're the duly elected representatives of this town. Something that a lot of people don't really think about too much, I think, is that every single year in March, there's an opportunity for 3 out of the 5 select board members to be replaced. So voters have quite a bit of power to replace a select board majority every single year. So think about that when you realize that 3 votes move things on the select board. Those 3 votes are up for grabs in an election every year. So that power is already in the hands of people. So I think that as there's so much in the RFP that I agree with, and it very much aligns with my personal beliefs, I can't support what I interpret as an undemocratic effort that's been presented. And frankly, I'm kind of impatient to move forward with what a select board does have the power to do. And that's to take the opportunity of this national moment of reckoning to take a hard look at our police department's budget and priorities, like we said we wanted to do 2 months ago. We have in this town a very sympathetic police chief, a very sympathetic police captain. You have a sympathetic select board and a sympathetic public. So I don't want to squander this opportunity. And we do have to do it in a way we are empowered to do so by the voters of this town. It can't be a select board committee if it's not reporting back to the select board, with the select board having the final say, because that's the only type of committee that we can legally create. Let's not lose this momentum to improve our police force and community safety in Brattleboro democratically. So that's it for my written statement. And it pretty much sums up what I keep coming back to. I really do support the idea. I mean, I want to talk about it further, but the idea of trying to do this two-prong approach is interesting to me, because one of the main problems I see, for instance, there was one of the suggestions is that, within assumptions of study, opportunities for public feedback without police present. We could ask them to not be present, but we can't legally prohibit anyone from attending any of our open meetings, and our committee has to have open meetings with minutes and the works to be compliant with open meeting laws. So that's why I feel like some of this work, and I recognize that it's work, can be done outside by community groups. And I think the town can consider financing that in some way. But we have to be very careful, I think, about the structure of the committee we're creating. That's about it for what I have to say. Yeah, so Ian, hopefully, did you still have your questions for Liz, or should I go to our viewers?
No, what I had wanted to continue the discussion was actually more, we hadn't actually heard from Brandy or Daniel yet. That was what I was curious about. We heard questions, but I'm curious to hear what they're thinking, especially after all of this. So.
You are interrogated should you choose to do so.
I'll soften it. I'll soften it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Brandy, you want to talk?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so it's incredibly important to me that this RFP, which I'm going to call it, retain its integrity. And while certain tones and language may not be customary in RFPs that we generally put out through municipalities and those of us who have worked in the business community, we are learning more and more these days that the status quo and precedent is not always inclusive, helpful, and is in many cases harmful. It was my understanding that we had accepted the language and the tone of the RFP, and so I was surprised that we would be point by point dissecting and changing the tone of the document. I personally am uncomfortable, and politically, and in my current seat, am uncomfortable if holding much, if any, power in this case, when my own privilege, which was not present as a child, but since becoming a grown white cis female has taken me quite far. My life experience no longer is relatable to those who struggle in this avenue every day. That kind of life experience would need to still be currently present for me to feel like I had the opportunity to lead on something like this. This document was not put together by ad hoc people. This is a proposal that was brought forth and supported by organizations that we know and humans that we trust in our community. And we should start to act like that. Thank you.
Daniel, did you want to go?
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to kind of stay in a sort of practical place. I really appreciated Liz's kind of walk through what she thought about the document. You know, putting your cards on the table like that is really helpful. And like, I want to move forward with this process. I trusted the work that would go into making this proposal. I was not involved in that work, although I do know many of the people that wrote it. And I felt coming into tonight's meeting that were we all to get behind every single character on that page, I would get behind it too. And if that's where we could go tonight, I'd be totally ready for that. And I'm also ready to, you know, to find some common ground. I think that there are some practical questions that have been asked around dates and who may or may not be in the committee and who the committee reports to. And I'm more than happy to have a conversation about that. I do agree that from the get-go, I did not want to presuppose an outcome. So when Liz mentioned, you know, campaign 0, I was not interested in that because that seemed to be pointing towards a particular outcome. And I don't think that we should say what the outcome of this process will be before the process has had a chance. Like, there is so much that is still a kind of question mark about what will come out of this. And I want to really trust that a well thought out process will lead us down some avenues that we didn't even know existed, and will put us in contact with people that we don't usually hear from. And I'm the kind of person that trusts that will lead us to a good place. And then we'll probably have some really hard decisions about like what to do with it all once we get there. And I think that it's the select board's job to have those decisions, and it's representative town meeting's job to you know, to play their part as well. So yeah, I'm totally ready to get into a conversation about the practicalities of this proposal. And I see many hands that are raised from the community, and I'm sure that they will want to speak to that as well, especially given that many of those hands are people that wrote it. So I don't want to trade away things that, you know, for them are probably not trade awayable, but I'm in a place where I'm looking to move forward, and I think that we can all leave this meeting tonight feeling like we can move forward. That's my hope.
Thanks, Daniel. Does any other board member have an objection to kicking it over to public comment? I think I have Liz first. There's also Ian has his, I don't know if that's a different symbol, that waving.
That's the clapping hands.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. Liz, welcome.
Hey, can you see me, hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay, so my notes are a little scattered here. It's the dog.
Yeah.
But I have just a couple of comments I want to make in reflection of what I've seen tonight. As a citizen of Brattleboro and as a member of the tenants union, and as someone who's been renting here for a little bit, and wanting to be a part of this community long term, but finding it difficult financially to keep being here. I'll get to that part later. First of all, I just want to say we have been reviewing for the last couple of meetings a really well written proposal from a large amount of community members. And then we looked at a revision of that proposal, and then other revisions of that proposal, and then other documents that were compromising between the different proposals. And I guess what is on my mind tonight is why are all of these people working day and night writing these proposals and making them available to the public, and then we're having these comments saying that the public is not properly warned about this information, and yet at these meetings we sit here and with all due respect, because I want to keep on the train of respect that has been happening, we have to listen to and absorb all of these contradictions within like a 10-minute period. Like we heard You know, Liz, you said these 12 points that you agree with and that you disagree with within 10 minutes. And it was so hard for me to follow. And I was trying to write comments to specifically talk to you about and converse with you about, but that can't happen, you know, in this short span of time. Whereas this community proposal, every time there's a contradiction, they spend an unauthorized amount of time, you know, unpaid time, coming up with a revision that will suit you, you know, that still honors the original mission, but also is something that they feel like will get passed. And I just find that contradiction so difficult, especially as a member of the tenants union. Dory spoke earlier about gentrification and how gentrification can destroy communities. And as someone who is working with a lot of people in this town, I'm not from here, but I've been here a few years. And there's a lot of us. And all I can think is, we love this town and we're just trying to bring it into the next level. And we want you to come with us to the next stage of what is going to be. But these contradictions and this last minute grandstanding that we have been tearsing out over 4 meetings where we can't wrap our minds around it. We just have to like brace and hope that we get something at the end of it. It does feel like a microcosm of this gentrification as housing prices are going up, as rental pricing is going up, as I am turning 30 and I never believe that I can afford a house in this town. I just can't sit here and simultaneously believe that this is my town and that we are working together, because all of this is tied together. All of this is netted together. Policing and housing, it's all part of the same thread. And this community proposal has just come with so much effort. How are we not communing on this point? How are we, you know, spending 4 meetings talking about our differences rather than saying like, yes, let's go forward. We've talked about how we need to get nonprofits involved. That's great. I mean, the town donates or gives 1% of, you know, its profits to the Human Resources Department. You know, 20K is the most that we're giving to a nonprofit at this time. That's not a salary. That's not a single salary. So I don't believe that nonprofits don't want to do more. I think that we just aren't incentivizing them enough. With more money, they absolutely want to do more. They're trained, they're ready. And there's more people in this town who are ready to step up to the plate, clearly, because they've been doing all of this work. I hate to be the one who takes the impassioned plea all the time. I just want to follow in suit of everyone who's doing all of this hard work. And I just want to say, as a community member and as someone who wants to stay in this town, but I'm not always sure that that's possible, not politically, just financially. Like, please make this work for us, because we will make it work for the people who come after us. And that's what we believe the select board should be doing right now, is preparing this town for who is coming next. And then we will pass on that torch. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Liz. just a gentle reminder for people to try to keep it a little tidy. Liz made some great points. So I just wanted to, I don't know how you say that without sounding like a jerk, but it's my job to move the meeting along. Thank you again, Liz. Sonia. If you can join us, Patrick, and thank you.
People got a little kicked off, and Shay and Emily were actually before me on the hand raising. So would it be okay to go to them and I'll just keep my hand raised and it'll
Sure.
probably come back up?
Sure. Shay, from your comment, I'm taking it that Shay was first and not Witchy, or go ahead, Shay.
Howdy.
Hi.
I'm in a building this time.
Awesome. Not a car. We were
Moving
all
up
in
in the
cars
world.
last time.
Yeah. I wanted to share with you the text that I have of what we all heard you all agree to last meeting, and then just say a brief statement after that. There was a motion to accept the community proposal in full and ask representatives from that process to draft a more full RFP based on that by Monday the 3rd and release it publicly and widely to the select board members, town staff, and broader community to read and digest in order to discuss and vote today. I think I am, one emotion that I'm feeling right now is a lot of surprise, because we were in a room together, y'all, until like what time the last time? 11, 15, maybe? Sure. Talking through a lot of these issues. And I felt a lot of hope at the end of that meeting. I felt like my, the cynical part of my radical self was quelled by some of the collaboration I felt in that meeting about places that we could find overlap. And I felt like what I heard you all do was agree to accept the language in full. That's the text of that agreement of the community proposal. Ask that group to write an RFP based on that language quite tightly, which it is, and then we would discuss that at this meeting. What I'm hearing now, especially from Liz's comments, is a grand divergence from what we had spoken about. And I felt like, personally, I heard us have some agreement about last time. And that was that we were not just going to focus on the 8 can't wait, narrow, whether or not police have body cams, because that wasn't actually speaking to this broader community desire, not just from the writers of the proposal, but from all these other people who spoke. Julie Cunningham wasn't writing the proposal. She's the head of a nonprofit, and she spoke in support. All these different people who didn't have anything to do with the writing of the proposal spoke in support of accepting that language, having an RFP based on that language, and moving that process forward. And I hear now a line by line reversion to many of the points that were actually in Liz's proposal that we did not agree on, that not only do the writers of that proposal oppose many of those different line by line things, but the community, a lot of the people who are making comments were not writers of this thing. The community is saying, please look deeply into community safety. We can't have two processes. That's a nonprofit funded look and a police look, because police work with wellness checks, and wellness checks are also done by mental health service providers. And all of these things are very connected, right? The carceral systems of our town do not just live within the police. Involuntary psychiatric hospitalization is a type of incarceration. Are we going to look at the entire carceral system? Or are we going to just look at whether or not we need these tiny, tiny, tiny police reforms within the structure that we already have? I thought we already had come to some movement together on these ideas. The community that's begging you all to do this deep look, and then you all, I felt like there was more agreement than I'm hearing now. And I think it's very valid to ask some questions about the timeline, the budget. We were hoping you all could, note that there was no dollar amounts in the proposal. We really want to allow you all to do your job and to set some parameters for what this thing can look like. we respect these ideas about open meeting law. My understanding is that a facilitator that's hired by you could do like anonymous information gathering, and that might not fit in the same open meeting law if a facilitator was hired by you to do some things, the same way that everything Peter does is not subject to open meeting law. So we were really thinking about these things as we were like drafting this, and we stayed tied very closely to that language. The only exception maybe being a land acknowledgement and an acknowledgement of racism at the beginning, which I've heard you all say is quite political. But I think that's increasing at millennial here, increasingly common language in doing this type of work to acknowledge the land that we're on and the history of the land that we're on. So I don't personally see that as political. I think that's just true. But I just want to name that you agreed to something. And I feel like if you diverge too much from what you agreed with, it's going to really erode the trust in this potential collaborative. We have hope that this select board might be a select board that can collaborate and like look outside of the narrow confines of what has been and be in process with all of these different nonprofit leaders and social justice leaders who are really on one same page. HCRS spoke tonight, Families First spoke yesterday, or the last meeting. The Community Justice Center spoke tonight. So that's what I hear, and that's a separation that I hear that is painful because it feels like not true to what you all said the last time. And I would like to trust moving forward that what your word is means something to us all. So I still am trying to hold out a cautious hope that we can agree on enough of this thing that we can move forward. I don't think it's undemocratic for people to show up to meetings and really demand that the people who are holding power share it. I think that's the most democratic thing possible. So I'm trying to do that right now and get brave and vulnerable and say, we are asking you all to step into this motion, not our language, but the motion that this whole community is in, to look deeply and in a connected way about these problems, and siphoning this off into a tiny body cam review is not going to do that. That's not going to meet what the people are asking for. And I believe you guys are going to get some pushback if we're like really narrowing this too much. So I hope that we can stick to what we agreed with last time and move from there and not go backward. We don't have the time. We don't have the time in this unjust world to move backward. And I think we can move forward together. But I feel some surprise that I feel like we're dissecting things that were agreed upon last time. Thank you so much for your labor. I think, thanks, again, the cheerleader, I think we can get there.
Thanks, Shay. Board, I feel really strongly that we should just kick that around a little bit as far as what happened at the last meeting, because I'm feeling like there is a disconnect between our two interpretations of that vote. Daniel, do you mind if I make a point and ask you something?
Go right ahead.
So if you recall,
me personally, or
you personally did want to vote. We had several members who were resistant of having a vote. We didn't quite see the purpose of that vote. And I said very clearly, I recall this, that I have serious problems with certain parts of this document. If we go forward with a vote for accepting the document, that does not indicate that I'm fully in favor of it. To me, accept in full means we accept this document as a document from the collective community, the group of people working on this task, as an honest document of what their position is. That's how I was voting. We all voted in favor. And I think I'm going to ask the rest of the board to chime in on their thoughts for that, because if you recall, right before the vote, I made it very clear that I had issues with individual parts of that document. But I was speaking of sort of the trust of the moment. I wanted to go forward with a unanimous vote to, say that we will accept the current document as we move forward to the RFP. It's the RFP is what we wanted to get to at the end of that really exhausting meeting. So I don't quite think that there's any sort of malfeasance going on, if that's the implication, or betrayal of what we voted on. Can anybody just give me a quick read on that? And Daniel, if you want.
Sure. I mean, you asked me a question, so I
Thank
guess
you.
I'll answer it. So we voted to accept the proposal that was being discussed in full, and then
Yeah.
asked the group to write an RFP. What we, and that's what happened, right? The stuff that was in the proposal from last time, I want that to stay in this RFP. Very clear about that, and we asked them to write an RFP, and that's what they did. And
Yeah.
I've never written an RFP. I cannot claim to be any RFP type expert. I'm sure some people would have written this differently. I understand certainly that there are some elements of this that maybe are less than common, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to throw them out. They're just, what I mean, I guess what I would like to see is like, if we can get behind this, or if 3 of us can get behind this, and then we put it out in the world and we see what happens.
No, I know what you want for this document, but I'm just looking for confirmation that you understood that accepting the RFP, even with the language in full, does not mean that everything in there should automatically be transferred to the RFP, because the RFP is our actual business that we're doing as a select board. The community proposal is a framework, but now we're getting down to brass tacks on what we can actually support as an actual RFP. The other
Wonderful.
document is a philosophical, more of a philosophical document, right? We actually did a disservice to Liz's original document by not really addressing that at all. But as you remember, the night was getting very late, and you wanted a vote. And I pointed out before we voted, I said, this doesn't mean that we agree 100% with this document.
I, unlike members of the public that are here, do not presume that there is 100% agreement amongst this board. Okay. I am a fairly practical person, and I am interested in the details of what's in this document. Yeah. I think that the ideology and the I don't want to say spirit, but like what inspired people to want to take part in this process, what inspired them to want to labor as they have done, is very real and comes from history, both personal, professional. And I think what we kind of did last time is we said, we trust you, and we are inviting you to partner, to collaborate. But ultimately, the decision is going to be a decision that's made by the board. And I am not a dreamer in that. And I know that any decisions that we make are likely to involve some compromise or disagreement. It might not even be 5-0.
I think I just feel strongly, big after Shay, I just don't want to lose someone like that who has this spirit, and we're trying to capture this moment. As I said in my comments, I really do think that we can move forward together, but I have problems with staying within constraints of what we can actually do. We can't address what happens in mental hospitals, for instance, not under our purview, period. It's just not. We can talk about it, but then why? How is that using our time wisely if we don't have control over things in that manner? Okay, I got a little frustrated there. Liz had her hand up first, and then Brandy. Sorry to take over.
I feel that there were elements in the recently prepared RFP that were contrary to, select board authority and legal requirements for an RFP and for select board decision making. And so I think those elements that were a bit of an overreach need to be corrected. And that's why I'm suggesting that, comments that the select board make tonight be hand it over to the town manager as we ask him to, put together an RFP that can pass muster. And that's also why I suggested this alternative path for, representative town meeting funding for the nonprofit groups to get together to address the issues that are not strictly select board issues. And absolutely, they're valid. And in keeping with the spirit of all of the comments that the community has made and going forward in both directions, I think that the nonprofits can be empowered to do the study that we all believe needs to be done on a separate track from the police investigation.
Thanks, Liz. Brandy, do you still want to go?
I was just reading the minutes and just trying to see what the actual motion was, because it does feel like it was the middle of the night, which it basically was, and trying to feel like why some people might feel surprised. And, the motion does read, amended motion by Daniel Quip to accept the community proposal in full and ask representatives from that process to draft a more full RFP, spells out what that means, by Monday. So basically everything that Shay read was verbatim from the actual motion itself, and the minutes above that don't show a hesitation to pass said motion, which minutes are minutes and they're open for interpretation, and I'm obviously grabbing it from the written and not the video. But I was literally just trying to remind us that that is the place where people are coming from and people are stepping into this meeting from, including myself.
Okay. Does anybody else want to speak to that, or we'll just go back to Ian?
Yeah, I think the last thing I'll just maybe just add to the discussion is, I don't want to mischaracterize it, but my understanding was the document produced by the community group that we discussed 2 meetings ago was a response to Liz's RFP, right? So when I voted on it, I was kind of under the impression that because it was a response, it was these 2 documents, because the one document is kind of useless without the other if it's a response to it. So we were saying, okay, the community spoke and said, the reason we really just wanted to talk about the things we didn't like about Liz's RFP, but there were a lot of things in that we did agree with, and we're not addressing them really. We're talking about the things we want to change. And so when I voted on that, I kind of thought the idea was that they were going to push them together. And I mean, I guess it's up to, I don't know if that's exactly what happened in the process, but like, I don't really understand how we could have just voted on a criticism and additional things to add. And there were, and I would agree that there were some things. I was trying to find it so I could quote it exactly, but it was like points 1 and 2 out of like enumerated that there were a number of us that needed more clarification on, that needed to be discussed more. And I would say that in the heart of the motion, we're discussing it right now. And I think, like, to pull it back to Daniel's point, like, I really would like to just continue the kind of constructive conversation of looking at this. I think, Liz, where you started us is helpful. And I really think we could move looking at what you're addressing and hearing what the board has to say and what the community has to say about the specifics of what you want to address. If we agree, if we disagree, and if they want to defend the points, I have some questions. I think that could be a productive way to move forward. And I want to just like echo Brandy that we need to retain the integrity of the document, because I really respect the work that went into it. But there's some things that need to be talked about and modified possibly.
Daniel.
Oh, I had such a clear thought in my head and now it's sort of gone. I mean, yeah, I just want to get back to this, like, what are the things that are preventing us from moving forward with this RFP, right? And Liz named a bunch. Some of them I definitely agree with. I think that, you know, looking at the time that some kind of report needs to be prepared so that it's ready for, you know, the preparations for town meeting, the warning and whatnot. I think that's important. And I don't have those particular dates, but I trust that town staff would have that. I think Tim's point about the CPCC not being involved, I would like to hear some thoughts on why the community thought that the CPCC shouldn't be involved, because yeah, that seems like something that we should consider. And then what I've heard from both Tim and Liz is, I think, a feeling that like the select board role has been kind of removed from this, and that, you know, so like a committee will, you know, won't be ultimately decided, won't be ultimately appointed by the select board, or that I forget where else. But really, I mean, I think, you know, we appoint committee members. When there are interviews to be done, we do those interviews as best we can. I'm sure that the five of us, given the power to appoint a committee that would likely to have many, many applicants, would do a very thorough and professional job of interviewing those applicants. I mean, I trust my own professionalism. I don't think I'm going to try and, you know, create a committee that isn't going to work well. So, you know, I mean, I'm here for the discussion. Like, how can we move forward? And I see all the hands, and I know that some of those hands are going to be saying, you know what? No, it has to be everything or nothing. And I understand where that is coming from. And I also, you know that there is not that kind of agreement amongst the board right now. There might be later, but not right now.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. In the spirit of moving forward, so, oh, wait a minute. I had Emily, I think, was in that reshuffling of the list, and then I'll go back up to Sonia. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Hi, Emily.
Hi there. Oh, thank you all so much. I know this is taking up a lot of our lives, and yeah, I've had the privilege of being able to be part of this now and spend some one-on-one time talking, or small group time talking with Liz and Tim. And I just want to appreciate you both for your time, you know, and for really thinking through what we've brought to the table here. And of course, all of you for the same. And for showing us some of the nitty-gritty of this discussion. I think that we're really trying to figure out what public participation and power sharing looks like in traditional representative systems of government. And I appreciate that. I echo what Shay said about like already having really kind of accepted, at least that being the feeling. And I hear what you're saying too, Tim, in terms of like, that doesn't mean there doesn't get to be dissent. Or disagreement or discussion, and feeling like some of the core principles of not just what the community is bringing forward, but why this community group, and I know, sorry, let me rephrase that, what this group of folks who are representing this and participating in and working on this RFP process, what we have brought forward, but also the why we came forward, you know, and a big part of that was because of concern about this being a really narrow police review process. And I felt really, I felt that concern kind of rise back up when we started talking about the nonprofits doing some of this work in a separate parallel process. And I really want to I want to dialogue about that, and I want to disagree personally with that. And I know, you know, and also I believe as a representative of this group, a disagreement with that, because while I understand and I really appreciate, Peter, your organizational structure image earlier on about how this sort of works hierarchically, what, you know, the police, a lot of what the police is responding to at this time is people who are otherwise also involved in mental health programs and identified and labeled in mental health programs, and people who use drugs and people who live with homelessness. And so these issues, as Liz said, Liz from the tenants union said, these are not totally separate. I do understand that y'all have to consider your authority and your scope of the board, and I appreciate that. And we have talked a lot about reframing the scope from a review of the police to question about community safety. I need you to set up, my love. Thank you. Question about community safety. And I want to scale back to that point that I think had resonance, that we're really looking at how do we become a safer community, or how do we address community safety needs in our community. And while that has a lot to do with the police, and that's the idea behind the phase 1 piece of the proposal, to work with the timeline that has to do with the police budget and the RTM, but recognizing this is a very big question we're asking. If we reduce it just to looking at the police budget, then we're really not going to be able to get the answers we're looking for to the question about community safety. And then to speak to community safety in the piece, Liz, we talked about this too in our other conversation about the sort of what feel like therapeutic aspects of the RFP, which are like, you know, holding like kind of creative practices for the how, right? This group really wants us to get creative and do things differently in terms of how we're obtaining the information we're looking for. Because if you think about it, the information we're looking for is for people to tell us what makes them feel unsafe in this community. And so we have to attune to safety as we're asking people to share their very painful and traumatic experiences of what has made them feel unsafe in this community. Just 2 days ago, y'all had a really unsafe Zoom call. This isn't history. This is today. This is in the last 48 hours. This is right now. This is the things people are experiencing in our community in Brattleboro and all over the world right now. And we're asking people through this process to share with us what makes them feel unsafe so we can understand and show up as representatives of this town. And so this group is really asking us to think not just about the what, but the how. How are we going to do this? We're going to do this. We are asking you to do this differently. And I recognize it's uncomfortable. And I'm available to talk through some of that discomfort for sure. And we have to attune to what people need to feel safe to talk to us. And that's the spirit behind some of the stylistic questions I believe y'all have about the how, right? And we're asking for to explore and question potential facilitators to ensure that they have the skills to attune to how we make sure people feel safe, that we're literally not re-traumatizing them by trying to figure out what makes them feel unsafe about being in town, right? We have to be really, really careful about that. So I'm happy to talk more about that offline or at another time, but I really just want to also speak against the idea of the nonprofits taking over any aspect of this particular proposal. The nonprofits are in support that I imagine we would consider for that are in support of this proposal, right? And there's reasons for that. There are many to name, including conflict of interests and already overburdened nonprofit work that really need this is a community issue. This is not a private or public nonprofit issue. This is a community safety is a community issue, and y'all are representatives of the community. And finally, I will say that representatives in election, being an elected official does not absolve you from the responsibility to share power when you're in that elected position. So I appreciate the work that you are all doing to really practice power sharing. I see it happening, and it's why I'm willing to devote this time to this process. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Emily. Am I going back to the top of the current stack? Thank you for nodding. Sonia.
Hi.
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 Oh, thanks for the camera.
Great. Takes a few minutes to catch up. Thank you. There was Emily and Shay got kicked off, so they got ahead of me, or I got ahead of them, but I'm glad that they got to speak first. So thanks for catching up on that. I raised my hand a really long time ago, and I've been like taking notes of other things, but it was like initially about what Ian said first. So I wanted to address one of those questions initially and then address some of the other things. I know there's a lot of other people whose hands are raised, and I'm sure they'll address some of the other things that have been raised as well. But Ian, back in the day, like an hour and 15 minutes ago, you were asking more about what the scope is and more about what the what is, and needing more clear goal and direction. And Liz, you said this a little bit too, of like wanting it laid out, like this number of meetings, and here's the phases of the process and stuff. Went around in circles about whether or not to put in more direction, and we ended up not doing that. Which obviously all of this is editable. We ended up not doing that because we were hearing so strongly from the select board that you wanted us to propose a process and not outcome. And you've said it again here tonight. And we thought that dictating what the process looked like would dictate that a little too much. And what we really felt so strongly about were the qualifications for a facilitator, and the kind of process and makeup facilitator and the committees get picked, and then really trusting the facilitator and the committee to run a process that gets what we that gets what we want, that goes into these conversations in a deeper way. If we were to lay out something more like, this would consist of public meetings, an anonymous survey, a meeting with a data analysis of various nonprofits, data analysis of the policing. Like, yeah, we could lay that out. But I think that we really wanted to focus on the process, having a really strong facilitator who has this kind of experience and has the analysis that we want, and trusting for them to come up with a process that they actually think would be appropriate. Yeah, that in some ways, like the what and the scope is what will come out of the research by the facilitator. I think the people who contributed to this RFP are experts in their own experiences, and a lot of people have direct experience in being policed, and being in communities that are risk of being more harmed by police. And we're looking to hire a facilitator, and they would be the expert in what does actually the process look like. So that's why we did it that way. So just to kind of give you a little bit of background. Both Liz and Tim, you brought up a question about transparency. Liz, you were saying that you didn't want there to be prejudice against people who work in nonprofits to be a part of the process. Tim, you had questions about asking CPCC people not to be involved in it. And I think I just want to like push back at the idea that being transparent about those commitments and those relationships and those histories is in any way a prejudice, particularly about the nonprofit piece. The CPCC is a little bit more complicated. I think someone else will speak to as to why we put that in and what the finagling is around that. But just like, if this is a truly people-driven, people-led process, that transparency should never be considered prejudice. Transparency about who's on the CPCC and them, and what relationships they have with the current police force and being a part of this committee. Transparency about working for an organization that potentially could earn money at the end of this process. I think transparency is something that is going to be very important and appreciated throughout, and not a prejudicial thing. I also wanted to, I have two more points. One is about the timeline. And it's tough. It's really tough. Many of the people who are part of putting this proposal together were pushing you all to throw out the entire town budget and redo it within 2 weeks. And now we're saying, we can't do it by November. You know, it's a both and. It's really tough. Like, we want something immediate to happen. There's energy right now. There's excitement on a local level, on a national level. There's momentum, and we want that to happen. And we know that the budget process takes a really, really long time because it is a slow moving ship. So we want there to be some immediate recommendations in by when the budget process really gets going, because the money makes such a difference in our community and everywhere, in this system that we live in. So Liz, I thought I heard you say that December 31st actually would be an acceptable time to get input into the budget process. So that feels like in some ways easier to get something substantive in than early November, which is what we had been thinking. And this process can't just be about budget allocations. I think there'll probably be other things that come out of it that could go to RTM that wouldn't have to be in the budget. So that's why we put March as the next date. And if it needs to be earlier in March or the end of February or something to get on the warning for RTM, like that's something. But I think this is both, we need both urgent steps for the short term and we need commitment for the long haul. And finally, I think that the focus on the long haul that I've heard you all say you're in for is such a transformative and exciting and unique thing for us to have elected officials who think like this and understand a need to be like, listen, we said we were going to do this 2 months ago. Why aren't we doing it? And it's a long process, and it needs to be led by the people directly impacted in order for it to actually have the impact we want. There's a lot of asks of you all right now to trust the people, right? That's what you did when you asked us to write this RFP. And there's a quote that kind of goes around the world of facilitation, which is trust the people and they'll become trustworthy. And really looking to you all to do something really radical, which I feel like Brandy keeps offering up, is sharing the power and trusting the people. And we could do something transformative, and we don't even know what it would look like at this point. But to really trust the work that's gone into this, trust the many organizations that have signed on for this, and and move this process along, because it has been a long time. It has been 2 months. So let's trust the people. Let's start this process and make something really wonderful happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Witchy, would you like to rejoin us? I do want to get to some folks who haven't spoken yet, but I'm honoring the order of the stack. Hello again.
Hi. Yes. Sorry for the lighting. So I'm going to speak. There's a lot of things got mentioned. I'm going to try to speak to only a few of them, trying to respect people's time here. First, I want to start with a poem that everyone's familiar with, and I promise it's relevant. So first, they came for the communists, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a communist. First, everyone knows this, right? Then they came for the trade unionists. I didn't speak out because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. And the reason why I bring this up is because a message got said here that I wanna bring back to the surface. In number 10, in our, let me see if I can find it here. In number 10 of maybe our assumptions. Yes, use anti-racist frameworks to identify and challenge white supremacy in examining policing and community safety. And literally what was said in this meeting was, we won't be challenging white supremacy. White supremacy won't be challenged. So, and the effect that has is that literally you either are challenging it or you're letting it happen. Very, very, something really relatable. Last meeting, y'all had people or a person who used racial slurs Did you let that happen? Or did you kick the person out? Because either way, you're either challenging it or you're letting it happen. In that same notion, there are incidents here in Brattleboro where white supremacists are doing harm, where they are tearing up people's property. And white supremacy has shaped the way our systems are formed and how we address public safety. And you are either challenging the white supremacy within those systems or you're letting them happen. So that is a general statement on something that was said that I want to call out, because as we move forward in this kind of work, we need to be very aware that there is no neutral ground. You are always playing a politics and you're always heading towards a direction or you're heading towards another direction. You're never in the middle. That's not a thing. Complacency is not a thing. Okay, so that being said, I want to point out some things that are said very specific to the proposal. First, I want to. I was one of the main people who designed the template for the RFP, so I can speak to some of that stuff. Ian, to your point, the RFP was actually formed around Liz's proposal, including the template, the format, some of the bid things, some of the things about policing, and it was reviewed by the community people, the community members that wrote the other proposals that was accepted in full. Which in my feeling is a lot more, collaborative. And just noting that things were still included from Liz's RFP. I wanted to note about, there was a question about the end product and what that meant within the scope. I just want to clarify, we did not actually mean that an outcome should be presupposed. That's not what we meant. We meant something a little more project managey. When you are creating a scope, you need to outline what the end product is going to be, like what is the format, and that format is outlined in this guide, which is 2 recommendations, one being the one in November about how we can reallocate budget, and the second one is about what needs to happen in March, and the scope just needs to include that that's going to be what the facilitator is going to deliver. Another note on the open meeting law. I understand the select board needs to have the final say. What we've been asking is that the committee, the review committee and the facilitator have a voice in that recommendation. And that can happen. Open meeting law, there are exceptions to open meeting law, like when a facilitator or a person employed by the town are tasked with a responsibility, such as going out into the community and doing research and doing outreach and gathering intel. That is a work assigned to a person and is excluded from the open meeting law. Which then can provide a mechanism for people to provide anonymous and a safe, accessible way to provide feedback, especially those most vulnerable and those who shouldn't really do it in public, because it'll be a backlash onto them. And I know because I've been in that position, so whenever we can avoid people from community members from getting backlash on that kind of stuff, we should probably go for that. Also, you mentioned that we have a sympathetic chief, and I think that's great. I agree. I really like the person, but this is not about the chief. It's about the system in which the chief operates, in which the chief only holds a small section of that piece, because we're talking about a whole system here, a system that is governed by this town, or at least what this town and the select board have power over. And a note about prohibiting police, again, about the open meeting law. We are not asking that police members as residents, as community members can show up. We are asking that police with guns don't show up, because to quote the chief, guns are our tool of trade. Well, let me assure you that when we're asking the public about what they think about the police, the guns of the police should not be the thing that is present. Just want to put that out there. Second to last thing, when you talked about mental health, And when you talked about we don't have control over the mental health institution, I'm not sure what kind of funding goes to the mental health institutions here or mental health services, but I can tell you that the BPD here, even the chief was like, we got tasked with the responsibility of like going to mental health crises responses. Well, that's something that we can control and that is within our control. So I just want to point that out, that we may not control bigger institutions, but we do control how we respond to crises in our town. And that is part of the systems of public safety. And finally, I just sort of want to ask, like, so you mentioned accepting the proposal with language in full doesn't necessarily mean that then all the language that got accepted can be translated over to the RFP. If things are accepted in the select board and that is publicly accepted, why are they being fought against in a future select board? And that sort of makes me feel like, you know, if language from the facilitator recommendation is accepted, will you then go back in a later select board meeting and being like, oh, sorry, even though we accepted that recommendation in full or the language in full, we're not going to implement everything, right? So being careful about like what it is that we accept. And if we accept it, then we accept it. We then don't like roll back. Which I understand is tricky because then you can take a vote on rolling things back, but then that's a whole different process. That's not really what happened here. So just want to lay those things out. I'm sorry for taking so much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. I should be true to letting everybody talk here. Gary, welcome. How's your connection this time? I had trouble last time.
Hey, well, check it out. Hey guys, how
Hey,
you doing?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, how you doing? Hi. I guess recapping what everybody was saying, I was on that meeting with you guys that night when that incident happened. That was very deplorable, very distasteful for those people, but I believe you guys handled that very well. It's just, I guess, a taste for everyone that was on last night just to see the reality of what's really out there. And I give kudos to you guys for resolving it tonight. I think if it hadn't been for the blackout, if all these 69 people were on there last night and had experienced what I experienced, I think the tempo might have been a bit different. I had to really kick back and wrap around what happened. And I think part of this also has to deal with the reason why we need to get this done, because you mentioned the CPCC committee. I think at some point, I guess Ian, I think he comes in on a couple of the meetings, but to be a part of that, I guess we really get to know the mission statement of how and what the CPC does and how they operate and how we can come together as a collective, working together in that. But in order to do that, one has to go forward in order to incorporate such a meeting to happen. So yeah, we can talk about having this meeting, but until this goes forward, there's really no dialogue or anything to really much talk about or get involved with. I mean, we can give you ideas and other things and all that, but to really give that perspective on the experience of me being the only African-American on there, which is just great. And I've been on many committees and I know you all, and it's awesome meeting with you. I'm really hoping, believing and praying that this does happen. This doesn't happen maybe somewhere down the road or anything like this, because like I mentioned before, because I broke up in the last meeting with the go-to, I lived in Yonkers, New York all my life. Yonkers, New York was the last city to be desegregated in New York City or up north. The last city of 200,000 people to be desegregated. That's just desegregation. And this is around, you can look it up on Google and look up to everything. And what I'm seeing now is like a deja vu, but not in the sense of what we went through, but you're just getting this now. And I can tell you from my experience, it was hell. And I don't know if you saw that movie Jaws, I don't want to go through that hell again. It's definitely something I think you really should sit back and say, hey, you know what? We got to catch up with the rest of the world and what's going on, or you're going to be stuck in this. And then the next generation is going to come in And I know, Tim, you mentioned about people voting on no confidence with your representative. That's something I really don't and hate to see happen with anyone here. I would like to see everybody come together, not just as a collab, but as a collective, because we're a small town of 11,000. So if 200,000 people can do it, why can't we do it? I don't see the problem of making this happen. And I mean, in order to go forward, we're going to have to come to some sort of consensus and say, hey, look, we're going to have to put this together. And then once we get into the great think tank and brainstorm this together and we all come together, then we can incorporate other agencies and other people, because I'm a man about the street. I meet people who come into this town and ask them, what do you feel about Brattleboro? How do you feel? How are people to you when you came into this town? I don't go by statistics. I don't believe in statistics because numbers lie. Experience is truly the best teacher. And I think in retrospect, if you're really going to get a better outlook on this, I think listening from both sides of the table, coming together and sitting down and say, hey, we need to do this and move forward so that we can get all these other agencies together and incorporate this. Because I've met with all of you, you all know me. I've been on every one of these committees, and as, like I said, the only African-American male on everyone, I haven't seen anyone else with any other diversities. I've been on the Planning Commission, the Energy Committee, every one of them. And I've been treated with respect on both ends of the table, but I think some more openness, diversity, people sitting at the table, coming together, talking about issues and stuff like this would heal and bring the city back to where it needs to be and moving forward and making things happen. I don't want to be like Congress trying to figure out, scratching heads. Do we give you guys a stimulus check? No, we got to do this ourselves. We got to make this happen. We have to be that shining example that it can be done, but it's a choice. We're all entitled to that choice. It shouldn't be I guess, the thing, something that we have to step back and say, come back to the table again and again to. It's getting down to, I guess, the wire. It's getting to that point that, you know, November's coming up, all these other things are coming up, and we have other issues that we need to address in this town, and this is one of them. So since that wall has been torn down, with each brick, we need to build bridges and come together, shaking hands and saying, hey, look, we're going to make this work. We're going to make this happen. And I believe it. And I feel in my heart it can be done in a way that's pro-social, respectable, and equitable on both ends. But as far as with the CPCC, I guess maybe a next meeting we can come together. I can't speak for the whole committee, but I'm believing that maybe that's something that we can do also. I believe Ian mentioned that a while back, if I'm not mistaken about that. I emailed you too, Ian. So that's another thing about conversing with each other. We all have a list of RTM representatives. I became a representative, not to represent myself, but the town of Brattleboro, people coming in and going out. Also being that example for my child growing up in this town, because I want to be able to have that press and look back, okay, this is a safer, better Brattleboro for this generation to come that I set forth and I put forth for them to hold hands in hand, walking down the streets, feeling safe on both sides of the table. And I think that's something we really, really should do. If anybody has any other questions as far as CPCC, I guess, like you said, Tim, somewhere, I guess, once we come together on this, then we can take the next step after that. That would be awesome. I would love to have that open dialogue and sit at the table. And my email address is on the RTM sheet. Use your resources, people. Use the stuff that you have. I always call up the town. I call Jan. I bug everybody. So like I said, I'm out there. So, you know, feel free to call them. They may not get back to you right away, but hey, you know what? That means they're working on something or doing something, but be patient. Some things are going to start happening sooner or later. I promise you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gary. And thanks for your service on all those boards and committees. All right. I might steal one of those lines that Gary had. It was really good. Stefan, I've seen you on TV. I don't think we've met in person. Stefan Gillum? Hi.
Oh, yeah, there was a whole lot of unmuting and muting in video, and you're allowed to be in video process that was happening.
We're trying to be careful.
Yeah, so first and foremost, thank you all. It's quite late, so I will try to keep my comments on the shorter end of things. My name is Stefan. I am here. Muted. I am here, and I'm president of the Windham County NAACP. And I wanted to give a couple comments to what I've been seeing. We have, as a branch, have not necessarily been that active in this process. We've just been observing it from afar, watching some of the recordings when we can, and seeing what we need to see. And now I'm here. I'm not going to lie or mince my words. I am a little bit, not a little bit, I'm disappointed in this process, frankly. I have watched a plethora of videos now, and it has been a maddening process. I understand that y'all have a structural duty as a board, a select board. We understand what they are and what they do. I know I certainly do, having to work with multiple people from legislative bodies up and down the state, both in the state, sometimes federal, and even here on the town levels. And I can tell you that why things do get muddied, this is feeling a bit ridiculous. You've asked and mentioned things and questions about minorities and communities and who you represent. And that's exactly what I'm here to ask you. Who do you represent? The job of a board is to represent the voiceless, people who come together and coalesce because they have to for survival. Is that not what's happening right now? I've watched these calls and I've seen over 100 people sometimes are almost on these calls. Frankly, 1% of this town has showed up, which is a big deal. And when we talk about minorities and we talk about boards and their intersections, the intersection of a board, the main purpose is to speak for the minority. So I have to ask you, when y'all talk about majority communities, who you're actually speaking about? What does that even mean? It's confusing to me, and I'm confused by the process itself. With that being said, I'm calling on some of these board members here who are in favor, but seem a little bit, as to say, I don't want to say reluctant, but just cautious to vote your conscience already. People are here waiting. How long are we going to drag this process out? I do have respect for everyone on the board, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I have to ask the question, what are we here to do? So with that being said, I'm really calling on you to be brave in the moment and to realize that in this ecosystem that we're trying to create, what part that you're actually playing. Are you something that is acting as a barrier? Are you being a barrier? Are there ways that we could be doing this better? Are there ways that we could be doing this that feel a little bit less harmful to the community? There has been so much talk about labor on the backs of the community. And it's like, they're not the ones who were elected to represent the people. Y'all were elected to represent the people. You had an ask, multiple asks. Those asks were given. They were given in a structured way. And now you have them, and we're coming back with more bureaucracy. They don't even do this on the state level. This is absolutely maddening. And so what I'm here to do now is to call on y'all to be swifter, to be more precise, to speak your conscience in a way that is clear so that we understand what exactly is happening, and to do it in a way that is not so passive aggressive that it causes 6 more meetings like this. And I'm asking, if we're going to put it in the hands of Peter, for example, for us to be able to talk about that, well, no, I don't even agree with that. But if we're going to do something like that, then that should have been something that was brought up beforehand, not in the middle of a meeting right now. There's a lot of things that are happening that are just frankly feeling problematic here. And, you know, the NAACP, we try our best to push for structural change. And this is one of the best examples of structural change that I have seen coming out of a county. I'm glad it's the county that I'm representing, but that I've seen coming out of a county in a long time, other than places like Chittenden County, who are also doing really great work. And this is an opportunity for us to show who we are and to show that we've got some brass in this area. And so I'm just hoping, and then I'll be quiet, that I'm just hoping that not only do we push for that change, but we do so bravely, we do so with fierceness, and that the members who actually want to vote in favor, which it seems like there might be 3 of them, to actually do it, so that we can get
go through that hell again.
and to stop.
That was doubt.
Someone needs to mute.
Gary.
Oh, Gary, we might be hearing you. If you could go on mute. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Gary. That pretty much concludes my my statements. I do leave you with a question, though. When all this is said and done, and this momentum that we've talked about, this capturing of this moment is supposedly happened, what will that look like? Because I can tell you right now, as a Black man, as a person who is heading up a civil rights organization, as a person who does this work, that it ain't looking pretty. And I'm not necessarily so impressed with this process. And I'm hoping that we can move forward in a way that is actually representative of the community that we're here to represent, and actually representative of the political process that a select board is charged to do, and doesn't weaponize that process for the destruction of actual sustainable change. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. Sorry, I pronounced your name wrong earlier. Next, I have Tom Grasso. Tom, welcome. I always feel like I should fill the space with something, but no. Daniel
You don't have
says
to.
no. Thank you.
It's okay.
Dead air. You know, I come from Radioland, so. Tom, can you, let's see, do you have, it's weird, I don't see a microphone symbol for you.
Perhaps he's going to do it in mime.
We see a black screen. Oops. Maybe he's attempting to reconnect.
Maybe he can call in.
Absolutely. We can go to somebody else. I did have somebody, I'm always a little uncomfortable doing it. Somebody did ask me to read something to the board, but that can happen at any time. Tom, are you able to join us? It looks like you're still on the line. Maybe if you could call in, we can put you back. We can, when you do successfully call in, we can put you as next. How about we go to Malika? I think I'm mispronouncing it again, possibly. Hi. Go right,
Okay.
go right
Thank you.
ahead.
I want to make some comments and share a story with you all that I think is relevant. That there's been a lot of really powerful stuff that's been said, and is it possible to just like, I'm curious where you all are at right now, and if it's possible to sort of share an update, check in, sort of where you all are at. That'd be great if that doesn't derail into like, you know, an hour-long process.
I'm okay with that. Fellow board members?
Sure.
Yeah. You're gonna make me go first?
No, you can go last if you want. I'll go first. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of in a similar place to where I started this meeting 3.5 hours ago. I feel pretty good about the proposal. I think I would like to see the CPCC members be able to be part of the committee. And I think that just a slight adjusting of the deliverable, the first thing is to be delivered by December 31st. That's all I need to feel good about moving forward.
I'll go if no one is raising their hand. Well, I'm still where I was, not feeling like this is ready for prime time. I have been slowly moving towards this idea that I would like to go forward with something we can agree on rather than vote something down to keep everything positive. So I would really love to go forward with the proposal of asking staff to help us write this, and at the next meeting we can approve something. But I can't vote for this as it stands now.
I just want to mention that Tom Grasso is now on the phone. If Patrick can unmute him.
Do you mind if we go finish that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, who wants to go next? Is it Malika? Thank you. Malika just requested a check-in. I think it's reasonable. So, Brandy?
I'm fine for voting for the proposal. I trust that the people who wrote the proposal have heard what we've said tonight, because they have shown that they've heard what we've said every night, and they have dedicated their time and labor to this. And I think that they'll be good partners, and I think that they know better than we do in this situation, and I'm okay with being guided by that.
Ian or Liz, real quick? Liz.
Well, I think that there's a dispute here that I think that we could call upon town staff to resolve for us, to make something that's legally acceptable and within the power of the select board to act, and get us an RFP that we can actually send out to bid.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Can I just ask a question about that? What about the proposal as it stands is legally unacceptable?
Well, there's a number of things. One of them is that the proposal as it's written takes away select board authority and gives to the community, rather than the public process that you outlined in terms of selecting the committee. That's just a clear example of, I agreed with what you said, Daniel, of, that the select board is capable of making these judgments and that they will do it in the public sphere.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page then.
Yeah.
Ian?
Yeah. I think, I'm really processing and trying to listen to everything that's being said, because I really agree that there's like a lot of very powerful, important things to be heard. And, I come into this meeting with all these thoughts, and then I have to assess and think as I am hearing, and it just takes time. And so I hear the frustration that was just voiced. I really believe that this is a good faith effort done by everyone that's on this meeting right now, that we're all trying to make something that's going to be successful. Like, that's what I am trying to do. That's what we're all trying to do here. There are some things in here that just have to change to make it work. And so we can't vote on it right now exactly how it is. It's just, that's what I believe. I think that we have an interesting philosophical discussion tonight that's, do you leave a lot of this up to a facilitator to determine, including sort of the direction? Because I sort of feel like that could lead it to not succeeding if we don't make it more specific. But, if the rest of the board doesn't feel that way, I'm like willing to move along with it. But like, for example, 11 under exceptions of study, it says that anybody on the select board can't be a part of this. That should be taken out because we legally can't be a part of it. And I understand why it was put in here, but it's just it's not even something that needs to be put in because we can't appoint ourselves to a committee, you know. So that's why I had to leave the DRB, even though I love being on it. So, you know, I think that, and then another thing, you know, yeah. So I think, Daniel, I'm kind of like right around where you are, like, and Liz, I think the only thing that you mentioned that I think we would need to discuss about your motion is I don't really understand about incorporating your RFP as well, and into it going to the town, to Peter. If there's specific things that you're looking at from yours that you would like to have incorporated or something, then let's talk about that. But like, I don't really want to take two documents that we've been talking about this document. So if we've got specific things about this document, which you've really enumerated out, which is great, I can get behind a lot of these, but I don't want to just lob on another one. Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for asking that question, Ian. At the end of my long-winded statement, I did talk about some specific points that were in the other proposal, and it was items 4 through 10 in the scope of study. And that was listening sessions, policy statements, training. The big one is the nonprofit conversation, which I think we all agree is, you know, really the heart of the matter. And then just, you know, what happens next, reporting to the select board and the public, and how the town, as Peter laid out, acts. You know, what are the duties of the select board, the town manager, so forth. So those things, plus also, you know, if we're taking out the statement of purpose from the other proposal, I would suggest that the preamble and the background of my proposal give any bidder an overview of Brattleboro who might not be familiar with it. Like, this is a town of, you know, 12,000 people, blah, blah, blah. So that just makes it easier for a non-Brattleboro resident to bid on this process.
Thanks.
I have one other
Both
thing.
of you. Oh, yeah, yes.
Totally not anything substantive at all. Can we, whoever, whatever, wherever this goes, if we're going to take it somewhere, can each paragraph be numbered sequentially? So it would start at 1, and you can keep the titles, right? Like assumption of study, but then it would just continue on from there. So as we discuss this in the future, it would be much easier if I can just be given a paragraph number.
Is this an attorney thing?
You know, it could be line numbered. I line number my documents all the time.
Whatever, but talking about it over Zoom, it would be much easier.
Yeah, agreed.
That
was,
so like
Daniel.
Malika asked the question like where we're at, and it seems like where we're at is like 90% of what's in this proposal is acceptable to us. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like it seems
you can call it whatever percentage you want, but
okay, fine.
That's a big 10% for me.
Yeah. Okay, so I feel like this is like total deja vu. So let's talk about the 10%. Right? Like, I don't want to have another 4-hour-long Zoom meeting about a document that people, like, you know, Liz worked hard, the group worked hard, we're working hard. You know, I feel like we should be able to get this done before bedtime.
To get it done, to have a final RFP?
Oh, I mean, I don't need like the final document, but I think that there's.
Well, we need something concrete because frankly, you know, what happened with our last vote came out to be characterized as somehow we went against something we said. So I want to be absolutely clear about what we vote on. I don't think this document has the votes and it needs work, and we're not going to get that done tonight. I'm sorry. That's why I think it should go to staff to help us get something closer. And I'm pretty confident Peter could help us with that.
CPCC members should be able to be part of the committee. Yes?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. That was my question that struck me as the strangest.
The select board will retain its power within our structure. We will appoint committee members.
Well, that shows up in several places, so that's a little bit of work.
Right, but like, do you think that the select board should continue to have the same power that it does, or should we give some of that power up?
What a
that seems like a
question.
big sticking point.
It's a huge question.
What a question.
Yeah.
But let's talk about it. Come on.
Well, it's not a dialogue between you and me. It's
No, it's
a
the
dialogue
board,
for
all of us. I'm okay with talking about it. We have to hash this out in public sometimes.
I feel like Malika, we kind of hijacked her question, but
I think Malika is very glad we're having this conversation.
Okay. Liz has her hand up.
We have this responsibility to, set an RFP, hire facilitators, create a committee, and then we're hands off. We're letting this committee do their stuff, but I'm not willing to give up my responsibilities to set what I think, and we all collectively can agree on what is a proper study and what is a proper way going forward. And
certainly
those responsibilities I'm not giving up. Ultimately, this committee will have, responsibilities, and we will not be part of it. And recommendations will come to us to act, but I'm not giving up my responsibility because the voters of Brattleboro want the select board to have these responsibilities.
And
look at that, there's so much agreement.
I feel like this is the moment to support that a little bit. There evidently was another transformer blown. I don't know, Peter probably knows about this because he usually knows about these things. A couple of people have told me this, but anyway, Ralph Buchanan asked me to read something out loud. Is it okay if I read it? It's very short. There's 2 points. I've reviewed the document from the town's website on the collaborative community statement. I have a few questions or concerns. Number one, the proposal for the facilitator or facilitators to be paid and the stipends for contributors. It is my belief at this time that any improvements to the policing policies are a benefit to the entire community. Not quite sure why a person or persons need to profit from doing this work. Again, that's Ralph's first point. His second point, the committee seems to be asking to be given the power to make policy and for the select board to put into place. I'm not at all in favor of a group that is not elected or even appointed to have that type of power. The board is elected for that purpose. Thank you for reading, Ralph. Okay, so I used that privilege there because he sent me that hours before the meeting, and I don't like to pull that, but it was very germane to what those 2 points that we just made there, Daniel.
I trust us as a board that we will come to good decisions based on good information. And I know that this process is super frustrating. And Stefan's point was really well taken. And I trust us, and I trust all the other people that are involved in this. And I think that, we don't need to abdicate our responsibility as select board members. And by being select board members, we're not going to ruin this process.
Absolutely. But this document needs to be fixed before I can vote for it.
All right.
That's all.
Tom,
so you want to do that tonight?
I mean, I'm telling you, I really can't handle another 5-hour-long Zoom meeting.
I agree, but I think we can move pretty fast if we have somebody helping us. That's my idea. But
Okay.
Tom Grasso has been on waiting, right?
Did Malika get her question answered?
Oh, sorry, Malika, I lost the thread.
Can I just check one thing really quickly, Tim?
Sure.
All right. I don't think fix is the right word. I really don't. I don't think that this is broken. I don't think that at all. We have been having as Daniel, I absolutely agree, really long meetings discussing this and having open dialogues and trying to be really respectful of each other. And we're moving this forward. And, you know, I don't believe that I have the authority to fix all of opinions about, no, but we need to make this so that it works within the framework that I was elected in. And it needs to be made sure that it is representative of the town. And, you know, once we have those things in a place where I think the board feels confident there, I will vote for it, for sure. One thing I wanted to bring up that I just have been thinking about because a community member brought it up to me is that the Human Services Committee hasn't been mentioned at all. And
I mentioned it.
Did you mention it?
Yes, I did.
Sorry, I've been trying to listen to everything very closely.
I said a lot of stuff, so.
Maybe I got it from you then. Okay, so you brought it up then. Good. I'm done talking.
But go ahead. No. Say what you
about it?
wanted to say about the Human Resource Committee.
I think that just like the CCPC, there's some integrating of committees that already exist that needs to be considered when we're looking at this because they do a lot of great work, the Human Services Committee, and this is absolutely going to overlap with that. It's just going to. So,
Daniel, thanks.
I'm going to wear my conflict of interest hat. So like I work for Sevca. We will get, if town meeting approves it, $11,400 from the Human Services Committee. It won't really change anything. It will be a drop in a bucket, a very large bucket. It will partly fund some people's hours for some number of weeks, but the Human Services Committee is too small a thing to get at the kind of big sort of ideas that we're talking about around community safety. And I know that like the stuff that's going to come out of this process, some of it might be big and unwieldy and maybe we can't quite take care of all the pieces of it, but let's at least kind of like look at that big puzzle and start to try and get towards it. I really strongly don't believe that we should put all of our hopes in human services organizations having a bit more money to play with, because I mean, respectfully to my employers and my colleagues, but like, you know, there's bigger fish to fry.
Ian, did you?
I'm not saying that, Daniel.
I don't think you were saying that. I just want to kind of like name that like the Human Services Committee is not the answer to all of our prayers.
Okay. Liz?
You know, the recommendations that would come out of the study will have financial implications for the police and for human services, and whether or not the Human Service Committee takes on that role or whether we as a select board want to act separately on social services, you know, that's a result that will come out of this study.
Sure. So is it our responsibility right now to sort of like build that framework? Are we kicking it to the facilitator to figure out, or are we going to tackle this like after we get it back from the committee? I'm actually completely asking as a new select board member. This is a like big process, and I'm actually just curious about this so I can understand.
Well, you may be new, but I've never experienced this process. So, Liz.
Yeah, you know, you're right. It is a new process, and you know, we're trying to grapple with it. And you know, if we do this study that most of us agree on principle will be, you know, police and the public and human services and, you know, restorative justice and all these various components of what constitutes public safety will talk. and dialogue and make recommendations and so forth. And we don't know what those recommendations are, and we don't want to influence what those recommendations are. But when they come back to us, we'll deal with it, because that's our job, to, you know, vote on something, make recommendations, blah, blah, blah.
Daniel,
Sorry for taking up
still
so much time.
trying to get back to the original.
I just want to read what it says in this RFP at the beginning. The review will examine, but is not limited to, the Brattleboro Police Department, town support for nonprofit organizations, social services agencies, and other community resources, as well as identifying currently unmet community needs. This RFP is a call for one or more paid facilitators who will design and facilitate a community-focused process to conduct this study and provide recommendations on policies, organizational structures, redistribution of resources, and or further studies needed based on gathered input. If we get that out of it, that's going to be great. And we're going to have something to work with.
You didn't give me the page. I was trying to read it.
First page. It's the,
Okay.
the first and second paragraph.
Thank you.
So that's why I think that we have, you know, an RP and comments that we've all made. And I think that, you know, the resolution of this issue, you know, I don't mean to punt to Peter, but he's a capable guy and he's raising his hand.
Peter, I'd like to recognize you if Patrick's watching. There we go.
Yeah, Patrick has freed my mic, so thank you. Before I speak, though, I want to acknowledge that we've got half a dozen folks in the queue, and this all started with, is it Malika? Malika asked for a check-in, explicitly saying, hoping it wouldn't be an hour-long conversation.
I know.
I think it's been fruitful, but I've got some stuff I think I need to say if you as a group want town staff to do a piece of work here to be, you know, assisting with this next step forward. I think we can do that, but I need some clarification on a few things. I don't want to seek that explicitly right now because there's folks waiting to talk. So I'd like to just let you know that before we get done tonight, I'm going to need some clarity from the 5 of you, but I think we're getting close to what I would need from you for us to be able to be helpful.
Can we go to that when, I think that's Bob Fisher. That's third. When he comes up, should we go to that point?
That's totally at your discretion, or you might want to hear from the rest of the community members, and then, you know, Bob and I can assist.
Okay.
Much of what I'm going to speak to would talk about how staff, non-legal staff, administrative staff would work together with Bob.
Okay.
What we would bring back to you to meet what I think is your collective desire for the next step.
Okay. I like it.
Great, thank you.
Sorry that took so long, but it was very productive.
There's a lot to process. Yeah, I think that it sounds like some of where the concerns are in sort of like some technical pieces that I think there's so much room for us to figure out together, and like that's not going to be a sticking point. We can work that out. I'm not totally clear, Liz and Tim, I guess, particularly where, if there are other concerns remaining that you still have besides sort of those technical pieces. My sense is yes, from what I heard from you. And one of the pieces of this proposal that's really, really important to me is that it's not just focused on like what police reforms are necessary, but looking more generally or more broadly at community safety. And I think part of the reason why we want this this process to be pretty open-ended and not predetermined in a sort of minutia kind of way is that we get a bigger, fuller picture of that than what sort of the average person sees as issues relevant to community safety. So I want to just share an example of why that's important in our town, and also sort of address the piece that came up earlier about how like mental hospitals aren't part of the scope of what this relates to. So when I first was relatively newly living in Brattleboro, I didn't have a lot of community, didn't have a lot of like people who I felt very comfortable reaching out to when I was having a hard time. And I had some pretty hard times for lots of reasons. And I just felt like I had no idea what to do. I don't know how to like survive this or get through it. So I guess what I have, if I don't feel comfortable talking to my family or friends or don't have those resources, is I'm going to call the local crisis supports, right? You talk to a mental health professional if you don't have anyone else and you're having some really big emotional experiences. And the response that I got was, well, are you suicidal or homicidal right now? Well, no, not right in this moment, or, you know, maybe a little bit, but like, you know, I'm not going to act on it right now. And the response that I got verbatim was, well, if you're not actively suicidal or homicidal, that's kind of a mind over matter. And I, you know, I called another time wanting to talk, just needing to be with another human being. I was told, you know, if you want to talk to us, you're going to have to come to the emergency room and speak to us. That was the only way. And that's the only way for many people in this community. If you don't have sufficient supports, if you need support from another human being, you go to the emergency department. And like going to the emergency department is terrible if you've like broken your ankle or something like that. Even then it's awful, right? And people work very hard there. It's just, it's not a like, it's a emergency place, right? It's not like a nice place to be. But what happens if you are there because of emotional distress? What I've seen is someone, because I also support people in the emergency department, someone has some mild non-compliance. They don't want to strip off their clothes in front of a security guard so that the nursing staff can know that they don't have a weapon on them, even if there's no evidence that that's the case. And then that leads to restraint and involuntary medication. That is so violent. It's so violent to witness that. It's so violent to know that if you are sort of at your wit's end, you don't know how to get through, that is the option, to go into that environment. And so I knew that, and I didn't want to go there. And so I one day in this little period of time, having such a hard time, talked to the crisis and said, well, couldn't I just come to like the crisis care center, which existed at that time, and talk to someone? And they're like, well, maybe if there's two of us here, you could come and talk to us. But one of the crisis screeners is at the hospital, but they might be back soon. And I said, okay, well, maybe I'll just take a run across town. That'll be good for me. I'll run across town and I'll show up at the crisis care center. And then if there are two of you there, you can interact with me and maybe I'll get some support so I can get through this crisis and not have to go to the emergency department or to the hospital, which is a form of incarceration, as Weechie mentioned. And so I, as planned, ran across town, took a jog to the crisis care center. I called them, let them know I was there. I waited outside. I paced back and forth because I was cooling off because I had just been running. And the next thing I know, a cop shows up with lights on and confronts me and asks me what I'm doing, and says that I was behaving in an agitated way and that the crisis worker didn't feel comfortable or safe. So that's the reality in Brattleboro right now. That's the options that people have if they don't know what else to do to support themselves to like continue surviving or get through really difficult, unsafe times. And when people are concerned about other people in their lives and they don't know what to do, the options they have are call the police or call crisis. And calling crisis will probably result in calling the police or a mental health warrant, which I've seen happen many times where people are dragged in shackles to the emergency department for things as small as not getting up off the floor in their own homes. So we need to hear some of those voices, and we need to think about what are the resources that are missing. It's not just about trying to make sure that these systems, which have so much power and have the potential to do so much harm, do harm less often. We also need to build in other things. That's my perspective. That's what I would have to add to this community process if it happened. And there are those things that exist that have been created in many communities, including our own community, and just haven't had the opportunity to come to scale. So let's work on the details. Let's figure out the technicalities together, but don't lose that core piece. You'll just be creating a really worthless process if we're just talking about small police reforms, and no one's got time to waste like that.
Thank you. I like it. And thanks for your patience and perspective. So I have an apology to make on behalf of Patrick. There was a chance that the hands got accidentally swept off, or he's not sure. Maybe people just put them down, but I think we might have gotten jumbled. I do see that Jessica was up before and now she's re-up. Tracy was as well. So I apologize for that if you've suddenly found your hand down. Liz?
Tom Grasso.
Oh, yes. Do we know that Tom is on?
He should be.
Okay. I think, actually, Patrick would know and I wouldn't. Under this current situation, can he unmute himself is the question. Because I don't think it's, oh, I see him at the bottom. So, Tom.
Hi, can you hear me, Tim?
Yes. Awesome.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Given the late hour, I'll be really brief. Two things. I want to, first of all, thank the select board for the time and effort they've put into this. I also want to thank all the members of the community who put time into this. I think this is probably the most important issue that we could be discussing as a town. And if it takes a little more time to figure out, it's well worth it. I think one of the select board members said he doesn't want to spend another 5 hours talking about this. I think I couldn't disagree more. This is worth more than another 5 hours of discussion, and we ought to get it figured out for everyone to support in a constructive way. So let's keep working on this. Let's let the staff come up with a proposal that can be brought back for a vote and get on with the business of fixing this problem in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Oh, sorry, I have to go back up. Ain. Can you hear me? And there you are. Hi.
I wasn't planning to say much because a lot of people already said a lot of things, but I just felt like there were some, misconceptions that I thought I could possibly clear up. So I was thinking I would just kind of say two things and then have an ask for the board. So I just want to say that we genuinely believed that some of these core points were accepted by the board. And that was why we took on this task. I know that I belabored the point at the end of the last meeting, and I kind of was like, oh, I didn't need to do that because they accepted it in full. But then we're hearing back now and kind of shocked that some of the core pieces are in debate again. So I think that that's why this is being held up again. We absolutely feel like there are negotiable things in the RFP. The way the community approached this wasn't in like a us versus them way. We were actually really excited to be collaborating. We thought that that's what we'd come to at the end of the last meeting. Some good points to discuss came up tonight. We thought that's what we'd spend these hours doing, was kind of going over those things, like who will be on the committee, like the CCP members, CCPC, sorry, it's late now. That's a good point. Like Ian made a good point about what's up to the facilitator. Like Liz made a few good points. Some we already put in, and we want to talk about the deadlines. We were eager, we really want to tap into your expertise tonight. But now, it feels like we've really been spending hours, again, just talking about what we thought were settled points. And so these were what we thought were settled points that were actually copied from the document that was accepted in full in the last meeting. So the scope of the work, including the wider community safety review that Malika I always follow someone who powerfully speaks, that Malika just powerfully spoke to. So I'm choked up again. The second point was community involvement in choosing the committee and facilitator. And the funny thing about this is we actually asked for it much stronger in the document that you accepted. We said community decision-making power. And as we revisited that and thought about it, we realized, you know, we wanted to make sure we were doing it in ways that made sense that you've talked about tonight. So in the document, we said the select board will, tonight, the RFP document says, the select board will make the applications public and will choose the facilitators based on the criteria in this document and recommendations from the community leaders who propose this process. And then we also, the second point where we talked about community involvement was in conjunction with interested community members, the select board will bottom line creating a review committee made up of the committee made up of a cross section of Brattleboro area residents. And we went into like who we thought those folks would also make sure they included. So we didn't say like the community is going to decide and you all like don't get to be in the process anymore. That was totally not what we thought was going to happen. And then the third thing was creating space without fear of state oppression for folks harmed by police and other systems funded by the town, so they could tell the truth of their experience. We thought we also settled that. The fourth was the qualifications we needed from the facilitator that we're requesting. We just copy and pasted that directly into the document thinking that we had talked about it. And then our fifth thing was payment for the facilitator and the committee, which we also thought we'd hash out the details of in this meeting or beyond. So that's where like a lot of us are coming from. And I just wanted to make sure you heard that voice and that perspective, because we're not like our way or the highway or some other idea. Like we just were blindsided because it felt like people were really like re-debating these things we thought we talked about in the last meeting. Like I mean, this is 5 hours at night is a lot for me too. So, so then my second point is really about this. And again, I know it's hard when you say things that could be construed as, you know, insulting. Like I don't want to do that, but I'm really, really curious because this is my fourth meeting now. And where is the dissent coming from? Like I'm hearing dissent mostly from this board. Like we had one person in the last meeting who came in and kind of called us a homophobic slur, and that happened. And then that person issued another statement. But other than that, Stefan's point about representing the voiceless feels like completely on point right now, because like you said, these meetings are warned, we're all here, we're issuing these statements. We want to work with whoever wants to work with us. If somebody really thinks, I mean, someone who's going to call us homophobic slurs, we're probably not going to spend time with. But like if there's an idea, no one's like trying to reject community ideas. Like we want to be community voices. That's why we're here. So it's really like, it feels really confusing and surprising to me that the dissent we're hearing here is only coming from this body. And, you know, you've heard like how many nonprofit leaders and community members, educators, and others in our community support this process as it's written. And as we're trying to write it, and we do need help because this isn't what we do professionally. But I don't understand why we keep like kind of debating these pieces that feel really important to us and the leaders that you've heard speak. So I want to say, I really hope we can continue in that spirit of acceptance from the last meeting, because like Ian was talking about, I really agree that precedent is really important. And, you know, and that felt like a real movement that we were doing, just like when you decided we were going to be able to do this process, which was a huge gift to our community and a chance to make a historic difference. So we were excited about that. Yeah. So my ask, which I tend to ramble, so I wrote this down. My ask is, can the board members submit their specific concerns so that groups of community members can work with the town staff to address any legal issues? That was my, so yeah, feel free to respond, or if you need to take other comments, that makes sense. But just wanted to tell you that perspective. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I need to address one thing. The dissent is by no means only coming from this body. The dissent comes from many people who have contacted me opposed to this process. Now, some of them are opposed outright, and some of them just have honest, well-founded, I think, objections. I just read, Ralph's short 2 points. You made a reference to Franz Reichsmann, who I'm sure you wouldn't want me to read his entire statement that he sent to the entire board, but it has very good points as to why he's opposed to certain things within this RFP. And there's no sexist statement in there. And Franz Reichsmann has served in this community for many, many years and held this board to task more times than I can count. and with very good ideas. So I'm not, defending any statements he made, because maybe a bull in a china shop is a little bit accurate for fun sometimes. He won't mind me saying that. I do actually have that document, but he makes some good points. So I'm definitely not in agreement that the dissent is only coming from this body. It's coming from a lot of people that I'm hearing from. Many of them don't want to participate in this process. So we've talked about that, right? Making the process comfortable for all members of our community. And how do we do that? Well, part of the way I do that is to voice some of that coming from people, and they don't want me to use their names. So that's what you're trying to do for some members of this community. I still want the group to have a name, because it's hard to say community all the time, and you mean different things sometimes. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say on that. Sorry to ramble on. Where were we? I'm starting to lose my thread. Somebody step in.
Wichi, then Jessica, then Jackson, then Franz.
Thank you.
Unless Ain has something else that you would like to say, as soon as you're actually here.
That would be fair, Ain, to allow you to respond to that.
I think the substance of what I was trying to say maybe was lost, because it felt like that might have been a criticism, and I wasn't trying to criticize you, and I apologize if you feel criticized.
No, it was just that statement. Where is the dissent coming from? I wanted to just address that.
I wanted to say that we actually got that statement as well, and we answered the questions that he had, and we actually thought some of them were good questions, and we incorporated them in some of what we thought was, that felt really pointed and kind of honestly unfair when you were like, I don't think you want me to read the statement. I'm okay with you reading the statement. We read the statement and we responded to it. So
I'm sorry, I only got it, I think, yesterday, so I didn't know that.
We got it a couple of days ago, I guess.
Okay.
When it was submitted, but that's not, honestly, that's
I might have lost
people are having a group of solid, and we are answering those questions and interested in them. So I just want you to know that. I feel like maybe there's some hostility that's making you not hear that the larger group is not what you're characterizing us as when you say that we don't want that input, because we do. So thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I didn't mean to give that combative impression either. It's a late hour, probably. My excuse, sorry. So Wichi, I think, right?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I just sort of want to clarify. If you. Sorry, my notifications are going crazy. I'm gonna snooze that. Okay. Back at you. So there's some clarifications I want to make. Ian, you asked why a facilitator has to be involved, or made a general ask about why about a facilitator. No, that's not true.
No, I definitely think a facilitator needs to be involved.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I asked you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Yeah, I just want to remind, when we talk about, really drafting about, when we think about what the process needs to be and who the process needs to be included, I just want there to be a reminder that, some of these agencies that we are talking about, that we are talking about including in this process, which absolutely we need to include as many community members and organizations as possible. But, some are also directly responsible for harm, and that needs to be taken into account when we want to really target how our systems target vulnerable populations. Just wanted to sort of bring that back out. I also feel like there was I heard that there was a talk about how we're trying to take the select board's power away. That was not our intention. We understand the select board is a voted, is a board of this town that's been voted by this town, and we in no means would ever want to take the final say, because at the end of the day, y'all are the representatives of this town, right? You've been voted as the representatives of this town, and as such need to make decisions about this town. That makes sense to us, and by no means we were trying to take that power away. What we're trying to do is to be able to have a committee that is in some way independent of the institutions or organizations or powers that have caused harm, and that focus be what's really taken in the recommendations as the select board makes their decisions. So that I just wanted to make those clarifications. I also feel like Aim's question didn't necessarily get answered, and I want it to be answered. Can there be a conversation about, like, if your problems are legal problems, then that's what should be brought to the table, rather than giving it to necessarily town staff to just rewrite. I feel like we've been asked, and we've been in this process for over a month now, I believe, or something like that, of like us community members start trying to bring people in, trying to get as many thoughts in it, spending nights. We've literally had like working at midnight trying to get this, so we get, and like really thinking about it from different perspectives, making sure that we try to think about all the feedback that's given us, right? Like you brought in the thing about open meeting law last time, and we're like, okay, let's research that. Let's research what we can do and without, right? So we are continuously taking feedback. But what I want to sort of ask us not to happen is what has happened with some original proposals where they were done in silo. Granted, you are town representatives, you were voted, but you were voted in, but these proposals were done in silo and sort of missed the point of vulnerable populations because vulnerable populations weren't consulted. So in hopes that everyone it can be sort of a win for everyone, I do think, sort of going back to Aim's question, is there a way that the community can stay involved, or at least community members that have been involved in this process and more, we can invite more, but essentially trying to discuss what are the legal adjustments that need to be made and doing it together.
I hear that. If you don't mind me just saying a comment, I really honestly believe that our staff will be the best at taking everything that has been said and a clear directive from our board, all 5 of us, that we want to include impacted communities and we want to make sure we're following open meeting law and smooth that stuff out. I really feel strongly that the most efficient way forward is to kick it to staff, who kicks it back to us, and we talk about it one last time, and then we have a document that we can all go forward with. And if one more meeting has to happen, one more meeting should happen, just like Tom said. Ian. Oh, sorry, Witchy, you're welcome to respond to that.
Yeah, I just have a follow-up question. And how do you feel community members, especially those from vulnerable populations that have come forth, and organizational leaders that have come forth about ways that sort of the system impacts them, and being able to have that as a type of consultancy, so we're able to still sort of make opinions and it doesn't sort of fall into the abyss of bureaucracy and all of a sudden things like not just focusing on policing rather than focusing on the whole system, and making sure that that kind of thing doesn't happen. Will there be a process for our involvement?
Well, since I'm suggesting that Peter gets involved at this point, is it okay if he answers that and we could hear how he might approach it?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
Sure. So I just want to note again that there's people in the queue. Some of them have been in the queue since I mentioned that the last time. So as long as the board wants me to address how I think we can move forward, I'm happy to do that. But I want to be respectful of the people who've been waiting to contribute. Some of them have not yet spoken in the meeting.
I have to say, can we hear from anyone who hasn't spoken yet?
Sure, as long as my question doesn't get ignored, I'm okay to step aside.
You have my word. Your question won't get ignored.
I want to answer your question too.
Great. Yeah, I'm okay to step aside for other people. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica hasn't spoken. Hi, Jess.
Hi. So just for the record, my name is Jessica Gelter. It's not Callahan like my name says in Zoom.
Sorry.
I am a member of the Brattleboro Planning Commission. And I signed on to the original document that was proposed by Out in the Open and the Root Social Justice Center several weeks ago. And then I also brought it to the Planning Commission because I thought there were some really incredible pieces in there for our consideration in our community engagement process. So I just have a few comments. So first is, Tim, you mentioned that you had been receiving comments in opposition or contradictory to this process. And I think that it feels very not transparent not to share those in an open meeting with the community, especially if you are also sharing them with other select board members. I think to have a full and open conversation, it's really important to hear everyone's voices, even if they want to remain anonymous. My next point is about some of the points that Liz made about her points on changing the RFP that was created by these community groups, which is such incredible, incredible work. She did mention a few things being opposed to potentially the land and oppression acknowledgement, somatic practice, and a few other things. And I just wanted to say that I think it's really important to note that particularly in the town plan, we acknowledge that this land was originally Abenaki land, and that is the history of where we're coming from. And a huge spur of this effort is the acknowledgement of oppression that has pervaded our community and our culture for hundreds of years. And I think that there are a lot of cultural, I think that that's not a political issue like Liz characterized it, but that it is a fact. So the next point is the idea that nonprofits could do a side job on really evaluating community safety in Brattleboro. I think that that would be an incredibly frustrating process, not to be endowed with the power of the system, for them to also have to navigate this long and exhaustive process where they are not endowed with power to come to go through a process independently and then bring recommendations that have to be vetted and gone through lawyers and gone through multiple meetings to even accept the recommendations. So I think that it's really important to envelop that process within this RFP. It sounds like there are some really simple amendments that can be made, like including the CPCC as part of the process, changing a couple of the deadlines, allowing a lawyer to identify redundancies like Ian mentioned and potential conflicts with town charter and ordinances, and then have Peter review the process to ensure the select board retains its ordained power. But I think that it would be really great to hear from the select board that they're willing to continue this open process of community input, including potentially even having a committee or a subcommittee on the team that reviews the proposals that are submitted, and a committee that's engaged in the hiring process, not just the select board itself. That's something that we do on the Planning Commission, and I think it's a normal process that happens throughout the town. So those were some of my comments. I want to reemphasize Wichi's comment about or question about accountability, and thank you for letting me have a little airtime.
Thanks, Jessica. Jackson Stein is next. That's all right.
Hi, can you
Hey.
hear me? Okay?
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to comment on what you said, Tim, about, or I don't know if it was necessarily something you said, but these are public meetings, and if people want to show up and talk about their dissent or why they disagree with this, they can show up to the public meeting. I think that you choosing specific times to insert people's emails and comments that they sent to you isn't conducive to this process. And you mentioned something about anonymity. And earlier I read something for someone else who didn't have a voice at the moment. And if they're worried about that, then get someone to read it for them other than the chair of the select board. Because I think that you choosing when statements can be heard is a little bit counterproductive to the democratic process in this context. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it really short because it's late. But I also feel like if we're talking about how we want the public to comment and we want dissent from the public in this form, this kind of goes back to us arguing about chat for 40 minutes at the beginning of this meeting and how everyone who commented was crying out for accessibility and essentially you decided not to accommodate them. Yeah, that's all.
Thanks. Franz. Are you out there? There you are. And hold on, Patrick just has to, there you go.
Greetings, everyone. I just want to address two things. Indeed, I did write this letter that I sent to the select board. And I also sent it to both newspapers, the Commons and the Reformer. I was hoping it would appear in print. I sent it to them on Tuesday, so maybe it was just a little too late. But it was as soon as I had a chance to read and think about the community proposal, then I put my thoughts in writing and send it to what I thought would get it out to the public. I imagine they'll print it and everybody can get a chance to look at it. But there was really only one truly important point that I tried to make, which is that in this process of looking at public safety and police issues, which I consider extremely important, I think it's wrong to exclude groups of people from that process. It's as simple as that. And that was explicitly brought up at the last meeting, that certain groups of people have no place in this process, and I can't accept that. So that's really the point I wanted to make. Everything else, I'm fine with. We need to enlarge the total exposure of town government to the people of the town. That I've been advocating that for a very long time. I welcome people into this process, just not at the price of excluding others. That's all there was to it. I also used a term which I didn't think much of at the time in my comments at the last meeting, and that term was namby-pamby. Now, namby-pamby actually is a literary reference of about 200 years ago, meaning something that is weak and ineffective. It is not a homophobic slur. I would never, ever do something like that in a public meeting like this or in private. And I would tell people, you don't know anything about my sexuality, my journey, or my family. And I take offense, which happened in the chat at the last meeting, and I think Ayn was referencing me tonight. And I just want to say that is not what happened, and I reject that allegation completely. So anyway, let's move on with this process. I totally support it, but let's do it in a way that's open and includes people and is not restrictive, and that's really my only point. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. Sorry I called you a bull in a china shop. Probably pay for that
And
at some
what
point.
kind of slur is that, my friend?
I know these. Yeah, well, you know, it's good to recognize problems with language, I think, but I was trying to make a point. I don't know. So I know this next person. Full disclosure, Deb Whitkus.
Hi there.
Hey.
Can you see me or hear me?
Both.
Oh, okay. Hello. Oh, wow. This has been amazing. The work is really powerful. And I just wanted to mention, I actually had some visceral responses when the board was recommending that the staff take the lead on making the changes to the RFP. I understand, like, from a legal standpoint, where that's really important. And I would urge, if that is the direction that the board wants to go, that they really commit themselves to working with the community, because the staff pretty much has a lot of power and privilege. And with power and privilege comes a lot of assumptions and biases that actually simple decisions can actually be so missing the point. So I totally support the idea of, the legal, ramifications, whatever they are, in terms of changing the RFP. That's totally spot on. But my visceral responses are, giving this huge and very important, we're talking multiple paradigm shifts to folks who have lots of biases and assumptions. And I would urge that if that is the direction you're going, that you seriously work with all these amazing people who with lived experience. It's exceedingly important. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Deb. That was nice, I think. Sorry to editorialize there. Daniel, sorry.
I just want to say, I think that sort of brings us back to Wichi's question.
Exactly.
So let's answer that question.
Peter, are you comfortable being interrogated?
Absolutely. So I think that the degree of additional collaboration that's necessary to ensure the integrity of the process and the respect for all of the work that's gone into creating what has brought us this far depends a lot on how clear or vague the instructions are that come out of this meeting. And I want to say, I don't think there's a vote the 5 of you can take this evening that will provide the kind of direction that on a more routine matter of town business would be the way that kind of business normally gets done. There's a piece of work done, that piece of work is reviewed, there's discussion, and then you decide how you want to proceed. And often that's 5-0, sometimes it's 3-2, but then staff knows what the board has decided and we can do the next piece of work for you. I want to observe here, we'll take that kind of direction from you if you find your way to such a place. It's 10 minutes of 11 on the 3rd or 4th night of this process, and I don't hear that kind of consensus. I don't hear a consensus establishing within the board. So I think we're left in a place where one of 2 things needs to happen. Either some additional substantial effort at collaboration to incorporate with some town staff, town attorney participation with the community collaborative group in whatever form it takes, whatever individuals who have been working together on this would choose to be involved with us in the next step. We can do that to try to assimilate very broadly what we've heard tonight. I think that's going to take time, and I'm ready to commit that time. I hear others ready to commit that time. I'm not sure that's necessary, however, and I want to propose something that I think is a way forward that is fully respectful of the collaborative work that has got us to where we are, and recognizes that depending on how able some of you are to accept elements of this that you wouldn't personally have embedded in it, right? I've heard different pieces of that from different ones of you. I think I can summarize a few significant points that have been made by some of you and by some others this evening that would very significantly narrow the piece of work that needs to be done, so that everybody could leave this meeting with the confidence that if it is a piece of staff work and or a piece of staff work that's done in some more limited kind of collaboration with the folks that have brought it this far, only for the sake of getting it done quickly and getting it back to the board. I think it's possible if it is the sort of tighter piece of work that I'm envisioning, that it could be done in time for it to be put out to the community at the end of next week and considered by you at the August 18th select board meeting. I honestly don't think a more fully collaborative piece of work can be done in that time frame. And it doesn't matter to me whether we do this shooting for that time frame or in a process that takes longer and has more people involved in it. I want to make really clear, I'm not trying to go to one place or the other, but here's what I would say about where I think we are. And I want to acknowledge that it will disappoint some members of the community and it will disappoint some members of the board. But it is the place where I think I'm hearing that these 3 or 4 things, addressing these 3 or 4 things in a way that looks like a more typical piece of staff work that, you know, Bob Fisher and I would do, to bring back to you who won't like all of it and to bring back to the community who won't like all of it, but where the end product is, you know, 95% or more of what the community has brought into this process. I think we can do that. I think we can do it quickly. And I think it looks like this, that the document that was before you tonight, we address regarding CPCC involvement explicitly. That's come up multiple times, but there's a broader theme there that I think we need to look at carefully. And I don't have the answer to off the top of my head, but I just think we need to look through the document to see other places where people are excluded. I've heard some discussion about transparency and some discussion about exclusion. I think that the distinction between them is hugely important. Requiring transparency for anybody who might have a conflict in the process is essential to a fair and full piece of public business being done. To explicitly exclude on the front end some people from participating in it, I think is counter to the underlying essential principles of trying to build a stronger, safer community. And I think we can focus on transparency and eliminate exclusion while still leaving intact the important parts of this that speak so eloquently to centering the voices that are often unheard. I think we can accomplish both of those things. But our piece of work, if you authorize me to go do it, would focus on eliminating exclusion and accentuating transparency. The time frame piece, I don't think there's really any debate about any longer. There's some acknowledgement that some of what's there doesn't align well with the actual processes that it's going to inform. And there needs, because we're getting out of the gate kind of late on this, it needs a little more time. It can have a little more time. We can put the right dates in. I do want to make one specific comment about that to make sure that people don't feel sold a bill of goods on this particular question. The idea that things that are going to be presented to representative town meeting can wait until around the 1st of March to be completed isn't correct because of the warning. The timeframe for the warning requires that that be done by the end of January. So I see actually one deadline here as being reasonable, which is December 31st. get a piece of work done that can be done by December 31st. And the committee and the facilitator will decide what are they able to bring back to the select board and the community by December 31st. And that will then inform your January discussions about the budget that you're going to recommend and about other things that might be presented in the warning to representative town meeting. And there's also ways to for the community to petition certain items to get up in front of representative town meeting if they want to take a more independent approach to that rather than letting it just flow out of the uncertainty of what might come from the committee. But if we ask in this document that the committee report back to the select board by December 31st with everything it's able to offer at that point, knowing that there's going to be more work required on elements of this going forward, I think that's sufficient, actually. We do need to say something in the document, probably a little more explicitly about the deliverables that are expected from the facilitator personally. But I think for the committee to just be charged with going through this process and getting back to you by December 31st in a very public way so that everybody can be involved in those January discussions, I think is probably sufficient in terms of adjusting the time frame. I've heard both from the community collaborative members that their intent was to respect and retain the authority of the select board in this process. And I've heard about how important that is to various of the select board members, and not all. I want to acknowledge that. There have been some who have been more explicitly willing to defer to community, more community authority in this process. But I do think I've heard a majority of you speak to being clearer about the select board's authority and responsibility, and that should be reflected in the places where it might need to be more explicitly reflected in the document. And finally, and this is one where I actually would appreciate, so I guess I'm asking you whether as a group you feel comfortable with staff moving forward with that piece of work, or whether this is still a more complicated matter. And if it is still a more complicated matter and you would prefer that we engage in a deeper, more collaborative dive with the folks from the community who have created the document that is before you tonight, I'd be very happy to do that. I don't know that that would be able to come back to the 18th. It might need to be, for select board consideration sometime subsequent to the 18th. But so there's that general question I'm asking of you about your readiness for us to move forward in one direction or the other. The specific question I would like your guidance on, though, because I don't feel like I've seen anything resembling even three of you rallying around a place, and it's just not possible for me to do a piece of work with confidence that you might be able to actually approve it and move the process forward next time without having some better guidance from you on this question. Either the focus of this document will remain on this broader community safety review that will include some significant focus on the police department and the role that policing plays in these issues, but where that is clearly part of a much more complex undertaking and a much more complex system or set of systems. I think that for this to move forward quickly, to become action, to move forward, to get the RFP out and get a facilitator hired and get a committee together and get the process moving, I think it's important that it be that. And that there be some level of uncertainty about how much of that, when it comes back as report and recommendations to the board, how much of that is actually actionable for the board, for town government, versus how much of that is context within which town government kinds of decisions will get made, but some of it is more relevant to, institutions and and things that go on in the community that are beyond the immediate reach of town government. And maybe some of that becomes part of a conversation about paradigm change and what is and what isn't town government. But for right now, we know within Vermont law and the town charter, what is and what isn't. And part of what's made it hard for you to get to a place where you can act and move this process forward is the fact that the part that is squarely within our responsibility is the police department. But clearly, the impetus of what has been proposed in the first instance and now sort of refined and brought forward as this document, this RFP document from the community, clearly that broader context isn't just context. It's the heart and soul of this for folks that have been engaged in this process through these several very challenging nights. And so if you as a group aren't ready to see what I think are sort of relatively minor tweaks in the manner I described them in the 3 or 4 other prior points to be brought back in a refined document that will not only remain generally intact, but in particular maintain that focus on broad community safety as the intent of the review, then I don't think we have an efficient piece of business that we can do. Then I think that there's the next step in this process requires a deeper level of collaboration to try to figure out where do we go from here. And for that, we also would need, the broader group of us from the community and town staff would need some idea from you about where you want this to go. But that's the one piece, unless you feel uncomfortable with the things that I described that I think are much more precise and where people can have a much higher level of confidence that it's just small adjustments, not unimportant adjustments, but small adjustments in a document that would otherwise retain its integrity. Unless you don't feel comfortable with that, then I think you embracing the idea that this is going to be a broader scope of review can move this forward to an actionable document for the 18th. And if you aren't there, then we just need to know that, and then we can try to figure out where we go instead.
Liz.
I'm there. Let's do it. Let's get it done by the 18th.
Brandy.
I'm there.
Thank you. Ian.
I'm there. And Peter, thank you. Thank you so much for articulating that so well.
I am there too. And Daniel had his hands up. I assumed you were there.
Don't assume.
Okay, well, I'll speak first. I'm there with the full acknowledgement that a lot of people talked about trust, and we're still going to have to trust each other moving forward. And I'm going to have to trust that it's okay to be talking about some stuff that we might not be able to have control over in the end. And it'll be a little bit outside my comfort zone, and I'm okay with that. But I hope people can trust us as well, because it feels pretty good. Daniel?
Yeah, all of that.
I should have had that cup of tea.
No.
Thank you, Peter. I mean, it feels like this is why we pay you the big bucks, just you brought it all together for us. Ian, sorry to do that to you. Ian.
I want to echo that, Tim, and I'm not going to belabor like saying the same thing, but I think out of my comfort zone a little too. But I just really hope that we don't get something that we can't do anything about because we don't have the power. That's one of my big fears. But I don't want fear to drive this. I want collaboration and power from the community. So yeah, I want to make one point, and I don't want to get really caught on this. Okay, I really don't. But when I read this in the acknowledgement about the land, okay, so I thought it was a really interesting point. I didn't know it was in the town charter. When I read it, the very first thing I did was look for the footnote for a citation. And I'm curious if that's something that could be included to what this date is. Because I don't actually know what that date is connected to. And I mean, I'll do my due diligence and research.
That's the year that the town was chartered as the town of Brattleboro.
As a select board member, I probably should have known that.
It's just on the town seal, Ian.
You just look at the thing outside the municipal center.
Fair enough. So that was like the only thing. Like I really was just curious if that was like a site or something. And maybe that's going to create a lot of discussion that maybe is unnecessary. But that was the only thing I thought of when I read it. The board does not want to engage this.
Well, no, I mean, I'll just say that I
leave
really feel like some of the language objections that I had is more about wanting this to be more accessible to more people and not polarizing, but that's probably something I need to let go.
I rescind it. It was a point I wanted to make earlier and I never made it. So I want to just go back to where we were. Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
May I say one more thing about the broad scope versus the more narrow scope, please?
Sure.
One reason why I offered that the way I did a minute ago and why I hope you do, well, I guess you have embraced it. You each said, is I think that actually is a point of common ground that we haven't seen as clearly as we might have seen it, but I think it's fully there in the conversation that's been evolving over these last several meetings. Because for those who feel like we need to sort of, stick to what the town does, stick to what's within the town's responsibilities, the broader review will inform decisions about those things, right? And it may or may not take us to other places, but you all will be deciding that in the first instance. And then, I'm sure we're going to be working on this body of work for a long time. So the broader review doesn't require the board to attempt to act on things that are beyond the scope of the town government's authority, but we'll learn things that will help us make better decisions about what is within the town's authority. And for those who want that to be broader, who want there to be something that is either town action or broader community action that's going to address this in a much more comprehensive manner, it lays the groundwork for that too. So the fact that not everybody agrees about where we even want to get to, but everybody agrees we want to start, I think speaks to the importance of keeping the scope of this broad.
Well said. Thank you. Liz?
I agree. And I know that we'll find the interconnectedness of all of these issues to be very enlightening and hopefully set the stage for the next step.
Okay. Thank you. A hand just went away. I do see somebody, I think Sonia spoke before, and it's awfully late, but I'm certainly willing, if the board is okay with it, letting Sonia's chime in. Oh, hi.
Hi, I got an invite to unmute, so I unmuted. Can I talk anyway?
Oh, absolutely.
Peter / select board, can members of the crew that has been working on this RFP be a part of that editing process with you and have some go back and forth so that we don't have to start on August 18th or 17th, whatever the meeting is, from like, hey, here's all our problems with it. Like, can we do some go back and forths or have some conversations so that it feels like we're all much more on the same page before we come back to this virtual setting?
So,
and if so, we can like do some email connecting and find a crew of us who can meet with a crew of you.
absolutely. So may I?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, that speaks to, though, my concern about how it might need to be beyond the 18th. So I'm going to be uncomfortably personal here probably for a minute, but I have both family responsibilities and a minor medical procedure in the next several days. So I was actually not going to be at work again until the second half of Tuesday. When I was framing what I framed in terms of time frame, it envisioned, working on this the second half of next week to make sure something went out by Friday so it could be considered the following Tuesday. I don't know that we can do something more collaborative in that time frame, but as I said before, I'm perfectly happy to do that. I understand the importance of us getting to a place where the next time we're in this setting, it feels good and right and the board can approve it, maybe unanimously, maybe not, but at least where we're confident that a strong majority of the board can approve moving forward with it. So I'm fine with committing to that you just suggested, Sonia, so long as we all understand that if we're not ready to release that document by next Friday, it might mean that we're going to have a meeting a little later on and the whole thing gets started a little even more later than it is already. And I know we all feel some sense of urgency because we're looking towards December 31st. I personally think this is going to have to be for such a long haul that wherever we get to by December 31st is a good start, let's hope. But it's, if we don't get started until 2 or 3 weeks later than we might otherwise have gotten started, I don't see how that makes the critical difference for how successful the effort will be. So yes, I'm perfectly happy to be in collaboration and we can start that process in the second half of next week. And maybe it'll be real quick and easy and we just get something right out and it's here on the 18th, but it might take longer.
So just to clarify, you're out until Tuesday. So like on Tuesday, we'd have to try and schedule something for Wednesday or Thursday together.
Or, we could do some emailing in the meantime to talk about when we might get together Thursday, I would suggest, so that it gives me some time to work with the town staff that'll be involved in this. Primarily, it's going to be the town attorney, but I may lean on others too, depending on once I've gone back and looked more carefully at how what I've heard tonight needs to be incorporated into the document. Once I've had a chance to reflect on that, I'll know better the piece of work town staff would do if it was just a piece of town staff work. But I believe I can at least take a good bite out of that, if not complete it by a week from today. So those of you who would like to be engaged with me before we send something back to the select board, we could be looking towards Thursday afternoon, maybe as a good goal for making that happen.
Okay, so we'll try and email you before you go and don't think about
so
it.
don't worry about before I go. I'm when the meeting is over tonight, I'm off for the next week.
Okay,
but email me anyway. Some of those of you who have been working on this know very well, very easily how to get to me. And my email's also on the town's website. So reach out to me and we'll coordinate that.
Awesome.
Liz, thanks, Sonia. Liz had her hand up.
I just wanted to remind everybody that the thing that we all said, I'm in with, that Peter said was that he's going to do something by the 18th. And some of us might be happy with some parts and some of us might be happier with other parts. And nobody's going to be happy with everything. But we just, as Tim said, we have to trust that we're going to get to a good place on the 18th. And, we want to do the right thing, but I think it's good to have that target date of the 18th.
So I saw some nods there, forgive me, but I want to make sure I understand my direction from you. So I think I saw 4 people nodding as Liz was making that comment. And if that's the case, then Sonia, to your point, I'm still happy to have a meeting next Thursday afternoon. And I hope that we land in a place where we all feel good about what I'll release on Friday. But if my direction from the board is to release something on Friday so it can be addressed on Tuesday, the 18th, I'll do that. And it'll hopefully be something we're all rallying around. It might be something where there is still some difference of opinion of whether it's final.
I think it would be very close on the 18th, and either way. Sorry, Ian, I shouldn't have done that.
Daniel first.
Yeah, Daniel.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. So what we're saying is there will be an attempt at collaboration in a kind of short-term basis late next week. And if that collaboration does not yield perfect kind of Oh my God, words. You know what I'm talking about. If you can't all agree on it, right?
Yeah.
You're still going to release what you came up with and what Bob came up with for the 18th.
Yes, so I would give you my best effort to hit this sweet spot that I've described of where I think we all can rally around it. And if the community group doesn't feel that I've succeeded in maintaining the integrity or in some other way have done something to the document that makes it a problem, we will surely all know that. You'll
Yes.
be well aware of that for your consideration on the 18th.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lots of nods.
Are we
Good.
ready to vote? Do we need to vote?
No, we don't need to vote.
Okay, great.
There's no dissent.
We got in
from
trouble voting last
We've
time.
landed there. I know what I need to do for you in the next week. And I think also Sonia and I have made clear how the community and I will engage. Y'all will reach out. Those of you who have been involved, who want to be involved with me next Thursday, will organize yourselves or reach out to me and we'll get together.
Fantastic.
And we're all very much appreciative, Peter.
Yes, thank you, Peter.
And we wish you well with your procedure.
Thank you. It's minor.
Even so.
I know it's extremely late. I wanted to just, Stefan, put the hand back up, I think. Do you want to have the last word?
Yeah, I don't mind just saying a couple quick words. So like I said, I'm sort of here more independently on the NAACP side of things. And I just wanted to point out, or at least ask a couple very quick questions. I'm not a long-winded person, but has there been, and this is more for Peter, I think that there has been diversity training, right, for the staff. Has that been extended to the select board members?
Yes.
Yes.
We're participating in that.
Can't you tell?
No. So no, I'm just joking, but
it's okay.
But there, but there is a little bit. There's still some growth that could happen. Honestly, just to I joke around a lot, but there are some areas that maybe we could have more intentional conversation around growth and structures. I also wanted to ask: has anybody on the board have y'all had any experience actually advocating for people of color with law enforcement before, on their behalf?
Not with law enforcement myself.
Or any entities like that where people of color specifically just don't have any power. No, yes. Well, anyway, the reason I ask it is because I think that either you're sort of on the side of you've either advocated in those ways and you get it from that end, or you've been on the receiving end of that discrimination. Either process is not fun. You can have a group of lawyers, you can have a group of policy specialists, and it's a difficult process to navigate. I think that what the community is asking for is something a little bit that gives a little bit more power outside of that. And I just wanted to name that because I don't necessarily know if that raw experience is being brought into the room, especially from the advocate side, from the structural side of things. And I would hope that, and I would challenge you all to do more work between here and the 18th towards your own competency and growth in those areas, right? Because you do know a lot about the structures and the town government, and that's wonderful. But the intersection of true D&I issues, right? Diversity and inclusion issues that add to an equitable society, and how we interpret law and policy around a town can be damning to a community if it's interpreted incorrectly. And this board is all white. And that is something that needs to be named. You have age diversity, maybe you even have geographic and class diversity, but you're coming from a set of similar experiences around your skin tone and how you walk. And I've watched a lot of the board members today really wrestle in the same ways with their social location and how they feel based on their own lenses and what people are asking. And I don't necessarily think that if there were folks of color on this board, that would have been the case, especially Black people. And I want to just name that. And that's really it. I respect your time. I thank you for giving me the last word. And I hope to work with y'all in the future as we move forward. But I think it's important to name these things. And I really hope that training that you brought on, Peter, and I'm pretty sure it was Dottie and Mary who came and did it.
True. We're still engaged with them. It's,
I'm hoping that not only continues, but that this scenario is integrated into that training as a true teachable moment and something that can be brought forth. And I'm happy to recommend that to Mary myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. And with your permission, I'd like to reach out to you and have a conversation about some of that, some of my experience. Oh, you can't hear me, or you can't speak? Yeah, that's fine. But
Yeah,
let's do.
That's fine. Thank you.
Cool. Well, thanks for that. And I think, what do you think, board?
We adjourn?
We
Is that
may,
possible?
with a motion, with the first and only motion of the night, we could adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Daniel has moved to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody, for the work, everybody watching, everybody participating. And thank you so much for our ASL interpreters who have been intrepid this whole time. Late meeting again. Any other final words?
Thanks to
Night.
Patrick for holding it down security-wise.
Absolutely.
Patrick.
Yeah, our hero.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter.
Good night. Thanks, Peter.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.